It's going down!
It's a jolly day. Would you like to try our... Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's on. It's a jolly day. Would you like to try your peach mango pie with the side of the Great Ace Attorney? Because if you do, then let's go ahead and get started.
Hiya, hey. Happy, what day is it today? Happy Wednesday! Hope everyone is doing good today. Shadow Girl, thank you so much for being first. And Jinja, hello. Fellow Twice concert goer. Hell yeah! I'm so excited. Long story short, I was not planning on getting Twice tickets, but my sister, my sister was like, hey, I got Twice tickets. My coworker had a code for them, and I know you want to go, so I didn't have time to ask you. I just told her to get them. So I'm going to Twice. I'm really excited about that. But hope everyone is doing good Today is a gearless stream. We are once again joined by Kiro Style. Please give a warm welcome to Kiro. Hope everyone enjoys his presence as much as I am.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Also, volume check. Please let us know if my mic, Kiro's mic, and the game is all good to go. And then, of course, if you guys aren't already following him, please check out his links right here at twitch.tv/KiroStyleTV and twitter.com/KiroStyle. Does he sound good, guys? Can you guys hear him fine? Wanna just...
Hello.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, cool. All right, so yesterday we finished off the, what's it called? Escapades, the side stories, which was, they were really entertaining. I really enjoyed the, like, humor and, like, also, like, lore explanations for some things, especially just, like, establishing, like, how Ryu and Kazuma met and whatnot. I feel like my least favorite was probably the tax one, just because that was a lot of information that I was overloaded with. That
You like the taxes?
No, did you enjoy that one?
I did. I think I like the second one the most.
Yeah. Okay, so your favorite? That one was. I really enjoyed that. It was Kazuma's point of view.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess I'm biased. I like the first one.
The first one was good too.
Oh, this one was funny though.
The last one was good. Yeah.
Yeah, the Van Zeek stream one. I'm trying to remember everything that happened.
We learned a lot from the localization one with Natsume too.
Yeah, we were having that discussion about that. I really enjoyed that. And then also we learned that because we were just previewing what what we're gonna do today. So we have the moving pictures, which I believe from what Kiro told me yesterday, it's like a whole set of it's one ongoing story. And at the time when these were released, it would be like they would release a new part every day. Was that correct?
Yeah, so I think like the first one is like a promotional video. The first two are promotional videos.
Yes.
And then after that, the 7 Days of Sin were videos released daily during the week leading up to the release of the game.
And you said these are all like fully voiced?
I think so.
Ooh. I mean, I kind of want to... I mean, I still want us to get to interact with the game, so I think maybe... depending on, I'm assuming it's just going to automatically go on, but maybe we can try live dubbing it or something just to see how it goes. But either way, we can all react to them and whatnot. And then the other thing is that we do have the portrait gallery. I wanted to go ahead and look at the portraits one last time just so we can, read the commentary, and then we can also talk about our thoughts about the characters and whatnot. Because the movies should only take about an hour or so. And then after that, that should be... Oh, there's other cute stuff, like there's the voice clips as well.
Oh yeah.
Objection. Hold it.
These are really cute. So you can take a look at those as well. But I guess the meat of what we'll start off with is the moving pictures. But how are you doing today, Kiro?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. The weather has been kind of sucky. It's been raining really hard here, and there was even a tornado starting to form. We got a tornado warning down in LA.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's been literally scary because I've never experienced that. But in relation to that, today's check-in question is, what is your guys' favorite kind of weather? I actually was kind of torn on this because normally I would be where I'm at is always so hot. I would prefer colder weather where I can dress up and wear jackets or sweaters and stuff like that. But I think right now I kind of just want it to be not raining and cold. What about you?
I prefer weather on the cooler side. I don't like it when it gets too hot and too sweaty outside. I'd rather bundle up a little bit.
Oh, for sure. I'm of the same mindset. Sunny, it affects my mood when it's gloomy out. Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely like that too. When it's really cold and the sky is gray, I get really tired. But yeah, let's go ahead. So you said these two are different, right? They're not linked to this one?
Yeah, I think those two are just promotional videos.
Cool. Well, let's check it out and see how it goes. And maybe if we can read them live. We'll see how it goes. The visuals in this video may differ from the actual game. Oh, and we can pause it. Oh, damn it. It brings up that prompt and not actually pausing it.
Yeah. Oh, look at the little audience members.
Oh, okay. Wait. Actually, Can you? I feel like I've asked this every Ace Attorney stream. Do they canonically explain why like Ryunosuke is represented by a mouse and Kazuma a cat? Is that like something that it gets explained in the game, or is that just like a, oh, they look cute as those animals?
It's part of like they look cute and also like their personality traits, but they don't say it in the game. I think the developers might have mentioned it a couple times. Those mascots do appear in the second game, but they don't like explain them. They're just kind of like, oh, this is cute.
Oh, so they become more prevalent in the second game. Like that's when
somewhat like
okay.
like I think Iris wears a couple of them on her backpack in the second game.
Oh, so who gets what animal again?
I think Ryunosuke's a mouse, and I think Kazuma's a dog.
Oh, he's a dog.
I think he's a dog, and then Herlock is like a rabbit, and I can't remember Susato. Susato's like a. I think
she's also a rabbit too, right? But her ears were just like pointed down.
I can't remember. She kind of looks like Isabelle from Animal Crossing.
Oh, okay, so like a dog, a bunny.
Like a dog, yeah.
So, Otlak says Susato's a bunny.
Oh, she is a bunny? I don't remember because I only see the back of her head here.
Oh, yeah, because I remember like looking. I wonder if that's in the gallery, but like she has like it's almost like the Vieira and the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, you're right.
Now until level 16, including the award-winning Heaven's Word expansion. There's like the hair, the ear style that has like the floppy pointed down.
Yeah. Now that you mention it.
And then what is Iris supposed to be?
I don't remember what hers looks like, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
From the front, but they do talk about some of them in the game, in the second game, but not all of them.
Oh, okay. Iris
they just
is
mentioned
a
couple of them.
bear.
Oh yeah, she's like a cute little like teddy bear.
That's
thing.
So cute. Oh man. Oh, they made them so marketable.
Right?
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and start the video then. Capcom. Great Britain. End of 19th century. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts! In fact... Oh wait, hold on. Before that, that is 1,000,000% Hiroshimono. But he sounds
yes,
really good.
Right?
Yeah.
He's so good.
He's
I love
so
Hiroshimono.
good. I'd go as far as to say that it completely and utterly contradicts the facts.
What are you doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Miss Susato, well, as I'm sure you saw, I was getting into the swing of things.
Into the swing?
We're going to meet someone amazing in next year's The Great Ace Attorney game, you know. But I think the person in question is going to make a brief advance debut here tonight. As a fellow proud young Japanese man, I want to show my fellow star what I can do.
Oh, what a wonderful attitude.
Still, it's a bit unsettling, isn't it? At night in this big courtroom, I mean.
You're probably still feeling scared after seeing the Hall of Horrors at the Tower of London earlier.
Yes, you've researched all the best places to visit in the capital, that's for sure.
I've already planned our itinerary for tomorrow, which includes an even more terrifying exhibition.
I also shock horror, enjoy non-terrifying sights. By the way, do you hear something?
Well, they do say that the Old Bailey is haunted.
No, don't! Please! Wait, is he scared of ghosts?
I think he is, but it's not like one of his defining character traits that they mention.
Okay. That's still really cute. I'm still on tenterhooks after all the talk of ghosts we heard. Who's there? Of course. Yes, I see it all laid out before me now. The truth, illuminated once again. Oh, you, sir, are without a doubt a murdered Italian chef. Huh? Dear me, unaware of our yawn passing, roaming the corridors and halls of the great courthouse. Huh? Huh? You've been killed, my dear fellow. It is customary to drop dead. Ah!
Ah! You're the world great famous detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes!
Oh, you've heard of me?
Oh yes, I'm a devoted follower of your wonderful exploits. Let's just ignore this knife. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes is delivered all the way to Japan by steamship.
So his little knife. Elementary, my dear Wilson.
Oh, that's exactly what I read in the stories. Except they said Watson.
I know, right? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
Yes, that too.
Are the stories full of gross delusions too, like the notion that I'm dead? A great deduction and a gross delusion are but a hairbreadth apart.
Oh, that isn't what I read in the stories.
Where exactly did you get the idea that I'm a murdered Italian chef? An excellent question, my dear Cordon Bleu. So shall we begin? Allow me to present Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning. Earlier today, I received a telegram with details of a case that prompted me to come here. An Italian chef had been murdered in the Old Bailey. An Italian chef?
In the Old Bailey?
Quite. I have a thorough grounding in the Japanese language. There can be no mistake in my translation. And I immediately observed the foreign blade at your side. Clearly to slice carpaccio. The star pattern buttons on your jackets, the unmistakable mark of your skill. And your Eastern appearance might fool a layman, but not a well-traveled detective. And the blood-stained dagger in your back is a sure sign that you are no longer of this world. Accordingly, there can be no doubt. You are Italian! You are a chef! And you are dead! They do say that the Old Bailey is haunted, you know. That great deduction was blatantly cooked up on the spot to fit the telegram! But my dear fellow, you have a knife lodged in your spine. What other explanation can there be? This is just a plaything. Pardon?
We bought them on a whim at the Hall of Horrors exhibition in the Tower of London.
Don't tell me that you're about to make some preposterous claim about not being dead at all. I'm alive! But if you're not a murdered Italian chef, who the devil are you? I'm a defense lawyer by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a visiting student from the Empire of Japan here to further my knowledge of the law.
And I am Susato Mikotoba, Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
Or so you say, to mask your actual identity. The truth is, you're an Italian chef. You cannot deny there's at least a distinct possibility of it. There isn't.
Mr. Sholmes, might I have a look at the telegram you received?
Really quickly, Andrej, thank you so much for, oh my god, 22 months in the Superstar Sub Club. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Woo!
Wait, this. You only have to read the first word to see there's a clear inconsistency. There is. Look more closely. It doesn't say Old Bailey at all. It says Old Daily. Old Daily?
Oh, of course. There's an Italian restaurant called Old Daily just around the corner. Named after the terrifying army cannon they fire every day to bake their famous pizza.
Are you sure? Oh yes. Wait, oh yes, clearly. Your interpretation of the crime scene written in that telegram was a complete mistranslation! What business does a Japanese telegram have in a British escapade anyway?
And that brings us to the end of this little tale. We shall see you soon in the game, I'm sure.
You may even be astounded by more of my great deductions. And you'll certainly be astounded by the great delicacies we're cooking up in the courtroom. In that case, my dear Cordon Bleu, a dish of your— That was a metaphor! Oh my god. It's like when you're watching the Nintendo Direct and there's like the Japanese dialogue in the back and then they try to live dub it as fast as they can.
Right?
Made it in time for more. I finished the second game yesterday. Oh my god. Don't spoil me! But congratulations! I'm looking up the cast right now. Yeah, and I knew that Inosuke was Hiroshimono. Susato was Kana Hanazawa?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, Kazuma was Yuichi Nakamura?
My favorite Nakamura, always.
Oh, is he your favorite Seiyu?
I think him and Hiroshimoto are two of my favorites. I like them both a lot.
So this game is literally like perfect.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh my god, wait, Van Zeeks was Kenjiro Tsuda? That's correct. Oh my god, literally before the stream, Hiro and I were talking about how the Engage DLC just got announced, and then how we have the new baby girl version of Gris, who's Gregory, who's also played by Kenjiro Tsuda in Japanese. Holy crap.
It's a shame that they don't have, like, they don't speak that much in Ace Attorney to make use of all those voices, right?
It's honestly like weird hearing them like actually, because obviously we're doing the live dubbing, but like still like I can hear the dialogue, and like I'm so used to just hearing like the sound bites.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh. But in the, well, I mean, I guess either way, I can see Ace Attorney in English, but because we were talking last night about the anime for the Phoenix Wright anime as well. Is that also just the same? Actually, let me see. Let me look up the cast for the Phoenix Wright series.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I mean the original trilogy is quite old. I don't really know if they've recasted anything since. And the only sound bites are like the objections, right?
Oh, okay. So in the games, for the original games, Phoenix is voiced by Shu Takumi, he's the creator for Ace Attorney, right?
Oh, he's the creator. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go.
So yeah, in the original Phoenix Wright trilogy and Apollo, it's Shu Takumi. And then, like, depending on the games, it's kind of like it can actually rotate. So it looks like in Marvel vs. Capcom, it's Kosuke Toriumi. And then, yeah, because I think I also remember reading that for English, for the trilogy, Ben Judd was also one of the people that worked on the localization, who plays Phoenix in the trilogy.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I know starting with, like, Marvel vs. Capcom, it was Sam Riegel that started taking over, and I like his voice, too.
Yeah. Oh, and the anime, it's Yuki Kaji for Japanese. Oh my god.
They made enough money to hire the big guns.
That's so interesting. I mean, it makes sense that this series has like a stacked cast in both languages. Ace Attorney anime has one new case that's not in any of the games. Really? Do you know anything about that one, Kiro?
I didn't finish the anime because, I mean, not that it was bad, but I didn't really enjoy watching it that much.
Really?
Because because obviously they're compressing the episodes, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like super fast, like ridiculously fast, to the point that like you would enjoy it if you're an Ace Attorney fan, but if you were someone who didn't know anything about the games and watched it, you'd just be like, why do people like this?
This is so incredibly funny because last night Kiro was like, here's the opening to season 2 of the Ace Attorney anime, which you should watch.
Yeah, opening 2 is amazing though. I will give it that.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, that's oh, wait, Phoenix is in this one.
Yep.
What? Okay, if Yunosuke's here, then I'll have you read for Phoenix then.
Sure.
September 2017, Makuhari Messe.
I hereby call this court to order for the retrospective of 15 years of Ace Attorney. Are the defense and prosecution ready to proceed?
I'd be more ready if I had a clue where I was.
This is the Supreme Court of Judicature in the Empire of Japan, in the Meiji era.
What? That's like a long time ago, right?
Oh, maybe we'll get to meet some of our ancestors.
Maya, seriously, could you be any less surprised?
It would seem that sort of time warp has taken place, but no matter. So, how about the prosecution? Are you ready to proceed?
Well, the thing is, I'm, actually, a defense lawyer.
Be that as it may, circumstances dictate that for today you shall stand for the prosecution.
Circumstances dictate it? I think perhaps he means the powers that be dictate it. I hope you don't think I'm being rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but who exactly are you? You seem strangely familiar.
God, I love that post so much. Interesting. I was just thinking the same thing. It's hard to explain. I'm almost as if you know as well as I know myself.
Well, I think the fastest way to resolve this is to have you both introduce yourselves.
Of course. A defense attorney, Phoenix Wright. Oh, that's you.
I thought you might share a surname or something.
Oh, but you could be brothers, couldn't you? I mean, you both have the same spikiness.
I think I might remember if I had a long-lost brother, Miss Susato.
I remember. Yeah, being told there was an attorney named Ryunosuke Naruhodo somewhere in my family tree.
So you did share a surname once? And Gramps over there is?
One of my ancestors.
What?
I think she just called you a grandfather, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not a boomer. I suddenly feel very old.
Then that must mean... You, standing beside him, you must be one of my ancestors!
Pardon?
You're dignified and ladylike and, well, basically my ideal ancestor. I'm your great-great-grand-something Mayafe.
Well, I'm Judicial Assistant Susato Mikotoba, I'm afraid.
Huh?
In other words, a total stranger.
I just can't catch a break. I mean, wow, that is bitter disappointment.
I hope you can forgive me.
Oh, I know. I can fix this. You can become an honorary ancestor of the Faye family.
Susato Faye. Well, it does have a certain ring to it, I'm sure, but...
I think we might have just heard the most illogical request in history.
But it really does have such an awesome ring to it. Susato Faye.
This trial will discuss the 15th anniversary of Ace Attorney that's being celebrated this year. And now we're also on the 20th.
15th anniversary?
You better believe it! The very first Ace Attorney was released back in 2001.
Oh my god.
And to celebrate the fact, we've been doing a whole bunch of stuff this year.
That's right. Like in January, we put on a huge event. The 15th anniversary special trial. It was so much fun.
It was. It really drove home the impressiveness of our 15-year-long history. Hold it! If I might be permitted to make a small observation. Oh, sure, what is it? If driving home the impressiveness of a long history was the intention, then you should have been celebrating the more than 100 years since Mr. Naruhodo's birth. Oh, more than 100 years!
All this impressiveness just makes me feel impressively like a boomer.
Wonderful, wonderful. The court bows down before your ancient wisdom.
I think they're starting to worship you.
Let's not try to remember the Meiji era again.
Don't forget that last year we took to the stage and finally appeared in a TV anime series too. A new story every week. I mean, that was really ace, right?
Hold it! TV?
Anime?
What on earth are you talking about? Stop half-explaining things!
100 years is a terrifying chasm to bridge. It really is.
Oh, there was another interesting development this year, wasn't there? An orchestral concert. The first in 9 years, if I'm not mistaken.
You're not mistaken. With 9 years of pent-up emotion inside, I cried so hard.
Hold it! Orchestral?
Concerts.
Ah, a Western instrumental group performance. Even we ancestors know about those.
Beethoven, Mozart, Bach. Oh, how delightful. Well, I've never heard of that last one, but sure, you get the idea.
I think it's Bach. Things can get a bit bent out of shape when you mold Western names into Japanese.
Right? Didn't they used to call Shakespeare Sao or something?
Ooh. You could have had that cool O at the end of your nickname, Nico.
Like, O for old man? No thanks.
And a matter of days ago, on August 3rd, to anticipate, across the Empire of Japan, the Great Ace Attorney 2 went on sale.
Oh, thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Yeah, we really enjoyed that one. What a story, right, Kieran?
It was so moving. I was so blown away and I haven't even played it yet.
I bet you were. After all, there were a lot of loose ends that needed tying up.
Ah, I want to play it. Ah!
Are you okay?
You just touched a nerve, that's all.
Your ancestor went through rather a lot, you see.
It all started with our great forefathers, after all. We are truly blessed to be in your presence.
Objection! Forgive me, Your Honor, but that last statement of yours is riddled with contradictions.
What? Explain yourself, Mr. Wright!
It's been bothering me since the start of the trial, actually. The way Mr. Naruhodo moves, it's very smooth. A little too smooth, I think.
Oh, is it? I didn't notice.
Exactly, just like that.
You're right, Nick. Like, when you thump on the bench, it's really jerky. There's only 2 frames.
Out of interest, what does your objection look like?
Objection!
Objection!
That's not actually humanly possible, surely.
The point is this: the jerkiness on this side of the courtroom proves that we're your predecessors. In other words, we are the ancestors here.
What can I say to that?
Perhaps you're both predecessors and ancestors of each other. If this is some sort of warping of time, that should be entirely possible, I think.
Well, I think we've covered everything now. It's time for this court to adjourn.
In that case, how are we supposed to get back home, you know, to the 21st century? Well, you could go and explore Meiji Tokyo and pass the time that way.
The great imperial capital is full of wonders. I'm sure 100 years will pass just like that.
I think there's a perfect opportunity to use that timeless phrase of mine, don't you?
Oh, a joint predecessor-ancestor performance! What a treat!
All together now, then, for the continued success of Ace Attorney. 1, 2, objection! Maya, put the brakes on!
You know what they say, what goes around, comes around.
Goodbye for now, everybody. See you again soon.
That's so interesting. That must have been such a challenge for them to localize that as well.
I like how they're like, yeah, I heard one of your ancestors had that name. Maybe at some point you shared the same last name.
Yeah, I was like, that was a really good way to go about that. Interesting.
I guess at some point you moved to America, I guess.
Interesting that they use the sprites though, because technically Phoenix and Maya have 3D models, don't they? Or I guess it'd be their older versions,
did this
right?
game come out before Dual Destinies?
I thought these were the last ones to be released. Are they not? Ace Attorney.
It came out. No, it came out. Well, I think 2 was, but then there was a gap before it, right?
Ace Attorney games in order. Hold on. No, not chronological order. Release order. What?
Oh, I can only find the timeline with... No, I don't want chronological order.
Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All, Trials and Tribulations, Apollo Justice, Spirit of Justice. That's 3DS, right?
Yes.
No, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice. Wait, what? That's not right. Where's Miles Edgeworth?
See, I can't remember the dates. Oh no, here it is. Release timeline. Okay, so Trials and Tribulations, Apollo Justice, Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Professor Layton, Dual Destinies, Great Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice, Resolve.
Okay, yeah, so then Great Ace Attorney are the last ones.
Yeah. So they did have the 3D models by then.
But they would be...
Maybe they just chose not to do it for comedic effect.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna be like...
Oh no, I know why. It's because Maya is not in Dual Destinies. She doesn't have a 3D model until Spirit of Justice.
Oh, wait, Maya's not in Dual Destinies?
No, she's not.
Worst game in the series!
And, I mean, this isn't really a spoiler, but they don't even talk... Like, they don't even mention her.
Yeah, because you were telling me that, like,
so everyone's just kind of like, where is she, right? They don't even... I think they might briefly, like, offhandedly mention her, but then everyone's like, are you not gonna make a bigger deal about that or anything like that?
Because at least
it almost felt like they forgot about her, and then suddenly it was like Spirit of Justice, and they're like, oh, we're bringing Maya back, and we're like, oh, there you are.
Yeah, because you were telling me that, like, basically in the Phoenix Wright universe, it's kind of like every game is supposed to be as self-contained as possible. So that,
yes.
Okay.
So, like, it's kind of like, I think of it almost like James Bond or Indiana Jones. Like, you know, in every movie, he has, like, a different girl.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, like, often the characters that switch around the most are, like, your assistant and the prosecutor. Like, and the police detective sometimes changes, too. But they never really address, like, why, except offhandedly. But you know, because of gameplay, it's like, oh, well, we need a new prosecutor to keep things fresh and make the story different, right? But in universe, they're never really like, oh, by the way, like, so-and-so is on vacation or something like that. They never do that.
Okay.
Really.
I'll allow you to spoil me this just because I kind of want to know, because it's going to be a while since I'm going to go back to Trials or whatever's after Phoenix Wright 1. So yeah. I know we left off with Maya leaving, and then technically the last assistant was Ima. Does that mean the assistant in the second game, is it going to be Ima, or is Maya going to come back?
Oh, okay, so here's the story. So Maya is your assistant in the first 3 games.
Okay.
The reason why they made Emma is because the 5th trial did not exist in the first Phoenix Wright game on the Game Boy Advance.
Yes.
Yeah, so when they brought it to DS, they're like, we need to add something to get people coming back. So then they were like, oh, let's take advantage of the touchscreen. Let's do, like, the talcum powder and the fingerprint dusting and that.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, let's introduce a character that will do that. Oh, let's give you an assistant. And then they were like, oh yeah, Maya also kind of like left at the end of the first one, so that they're like, well, we need to have someone in the meantime, so let's make Emma. So that's kind of where Emma came from.
Uh-huh.
So, like, the 5th trial of the first game was created after the other games had already come out.
Does that mean Emma is just completely scrapped after that, or is she still a central character?
She comes back in Apollo Justice.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you for clarifying that. I was just like,
yeah,
because like it's weird if like, because from what I only knew that Maya leaves at the end of 1, and then like, from what you said, she's not in Dual Destinies. So I was like, oh, they're bringing her in all these like different like crossovers and stuff, but she's not even featured in like any games past 1.
Yeah, it's because most of the crossover stuff only concentrates on the trilogy, because that's what people know the most.
Uh-huh.
And because they're all self-contained, it'd be weird to start adding in the later stuff.
Yeah.
And then having unexplained things. So that's the reason why.
Man, poor Apollo though, because I thought he had a trilogy too. It's only 1 game.
That's another thing the fandom likes to make fun of him for.
That's so funny, because when I went to Japan and I was like at the Capcom store, like they had like leftover stuff from like the Capcom cafes previous, but the only one that had like a bunch of merch left was Apollo.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Like it isn't. This is not really a spoiler, but like the reason why the fandom also teases him for it is because at the end of Apollo Justice, they're kind of like, now it's your turn to take the torch. It's your story to continue. And the next game's like, no, Phoenix is the main character again. And everyone was like, but why? But you said last time that it was gonna be, wait, what's going on here?
But Dual Destinies, it's kind of technically both of them, right? Like you play as both Phoenix and Apollo?
You will have to go play that one.
It's gonna be like next year at the rate that I'm going.
You will have to go experience those games for yourself to answer those questions.
Oh, actually, while you're here, then, oh my god, this is perfect. I could just ask you. Did you only play the 3DS versions of those, or did you also check out the mobile versions?
I never played the mobile one. I played them all on DS.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking, because like I want to stream them, but like I don't have a capture card for my 3DS, so it's probably gonna have to settle for the mobile one. So I was gonna ask if you had like any opinions about those.
I'm pretty sure the mobile ones are more or less the same, except they just have to account for the fact that you don't have like a dual screen, for example, right?
Okay. I really hope that, I don't know, Manifesting Capcom ports them before, you know, I get to streaming them.
I mean, yeah, like now that you mention it, yeah. Because the 3DS ones, they really haven't done anything with them since, which is surprising.
Yeah, or even Apollo and Edgeworth, like that could be like a dual pack that could have been.
I'm really surprised they haven't done anything with at least Apollo, right? Because they keep re-releasing the original trilogy like everywhere, and I'm like, okay, well that's great, but can we continue re-releasing things? Like,
well, hopefully by the time I get to them, like, you know, maybe they'll be ported or something. But yeah, no, I have a lot of questions about this just because like
Capcom is an enigma, like. The fact that we even got these games is like a miracle.
I'm happy then. I will count my blessings that I could at least play these ones.
When will we ever get Edgeworth 2 though? It's such a good one too.
I'm excited to try Edgeworth. So it's interesting knowing that Phoenix is like not relevant in that game.
Well, another thing you might not know is that originally they wanted to do a spin-off, and originally they were going to make the spin-off about Emma and make it about her being a detective and doing forensics. But then they found out that Edgeworth was more popular, so they're like, let's just make it about him.
Edgeworth, our most popular character, who would have guessed?
Right? And so, like, when they first announced it, I thought it was going to be, you know, like the same as Ace Attorney, but now you're playing as a prosecutor. But they're like, no, that'd be too the same, so we're going to make him investigate things. So, like, he's basically doing the job of a detective.
So the gameplay is extremely different then, or they're still trials?
It's different, but the same.
Interesting. Okay, I'm interested. Wait, does Gumshoe show up?
I will say that when Edgeworth first came out, I bought it, but I played the trial of it, and I wasn't impressed by the first case. So I bought the game and I didn't play it for like a year. And then one day I picked it up because I was going on a road trip. So I was like, I need something to play. So I have this game, and I started playing it. And it got really good, and suddenly I was so into it, and I was like, why did I leave this thing for like a year?
Wait, does Gumshoe show up in that game or no?
He is a major character in those games.
Oh my god, okay, I need to speed run to get to that game as soon as possible.
The Edgeworth games are about Edgeworth and Gumshoe.
Oh, perfect.
A new character.
So Gumshoe is like your Maya then? Yes, no?
There's a new character they introduced who's like your Maya, but he's like your Maya 2, I guess.
I'll take it.
He's on the front cover, too, of the game.
That's all I need. Yeah, I really do hope they get localized then, but I as far as, I don't know how well Great Ace Attorney did, but I'm assuming it did pretty good.
I think it did well, because a lot of people really wanted it.
Well, let me check really fast. Great Ace Attorney, Chronicles, reception.
Like, I think it helps that they also released it on Steam, because, like,
yeah, that
most
really...
Phoenix Wright games are not on Steam, so that really helped, too. And they actually advertised it more.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to even, like, because, you know, I only knew about it from passing, like, on, like, fandom and whatnot, but, like, I like, saw the news for it, and I was like, I bought it when it came out. According to Capcom, reception, blah, blah, blah. Nominated for, Best Remake? What? 9.5 out of 10. Okay, it scored pretty good.
Yeah. Does it say anything about sales numbers though? Because even good scores sometimes don't help games.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm just like, I don't know. From my outsider's perspective, Ace Attorney is like an extremely popular series, right?
It is like, it started off as more like cult popular, but it's definitely come into being more mainstream. But I know, like, starting with the 3DS games, they stopped selling physical copies of it, right?
Oh,
They're digital only because they weren't selling well enough in North America. So that's why those ones are digital only. But then a lot of fans, because they really like the games, you know, there was a big movement by the fandom to be like, let's show everyone, let's show them at Capcom that we love Ace Attorney. We want to see these things, you know, always being localized. We want them to come in like physical packages. Let's all buy this game and show our support. And I think that helped a lot of it.
That's so interesting because the goods are so expensive.
Yeah, I don't know.
God, now
But starting with Dual Destinies, they were all digital only, except for Leighton vs. Wright had a physical release.
God, I feel like I need to buy Great Ace Attorney physically now. Just to like have a physical, I don't know. I've been getting a lot of my Switch games digitally, but like I feel like I need this one. I love it so much that I just need to get it physically and also just send the message of like, yes, please give us more Ace Attorney.
Yeah. I have the digital copy and the physical copy of this game.
Okay.
Because I bought the physical one. I like physical copies because I can put them on my shelf, and I love putting games on my library shelf. So when I got this game, usually when I buy things online for games, a lot of times they actually do come on the release date, and I was going to stream it on day one, but it didn't arrive in time. So I was like, but I really want to still stream it on day one. So I bought the digital copy anyways, because I was like, you know what? I like Ace Attorney. I'll support them. I love these games. Who cares if I buy it twice? So I got the digital one. And then my physical one came like 5 days later. I'm like, I'm glad I did that because otherwise I'd be waiting 5 days to play it.
That is pretty much almost my experience with Fire Emblem Engage. That's so funny.
So now I learned my lesson, and if I buy a game, I do in-store pickup. I pre-order it, but I do in-store pickup. So I drive to the store and I pick it up to make sure I actually get it.
Oh my god, maybe. Oh, you know what? Were we talking about the dual pack of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney and like the limited editions, like stupid expensive now? I feel like I was talking about with someone, but maybe I'll just get that and have that as being my physical piece of merchandise. Oh man, I think Capcom may be paying some attention because Great Ace Attorney is getting a whole stage play and a live reading later this year. Is it really? Do you know when? Oh my god, what if I fundraise and plan another trip to Japan? Oh god, that's interesting because like I said, I kind of completely missed the entire like fandom phase of Ace Attorney. So like I only know like what I see on the internet, and so I assumed Ace Attorney was really popular, but it's interesting that in the West the reception wasn't as big as I thought it was.
Again, I guess it's more accurate to say it was like cult classic at the time, and then popular media, like as Phoenix Wright started appearing in more crossover stuff, and like as people started seeing him more, it started becoming more popular, but never really reached the heights. But I think Great Ace Attorney definitely reinvigorated a lot of that.
Man, okay, and without spoiling,
especially Great Ace Attorney is standalone too, right? That really helps. Because again, the other Phoenix Wright games, even though they're standalone, they still have characters and references to other events or things that might be more like, for some people, daunting to get into, right?
So without like spoiling anything, does Great Ace Attorney 2 like definitively end on like we cannot do any more games with these characters, or like is there still leeway that there could be more?
There's no loose ends at the end of Great Ace Attorney 2.
Okay.
But it's not like if they want to make a third one, it would not be out of the question.
That's what I was wondering. Right? Yeah, okay. Because it's like,
but there's no loose plot points at the end of 2.
Yeah.
Really.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I see. Because Great Ace Attorney.
See, I'm torn because I would love to see another game with Ryunosuke, but I'm also like, or should we just let Sleeping Dogs lie, right? And leave it good as it was.
The original release of 2 was 2017, right?
Yeah.
And that's the last Ace Attorney game that, besides the re-release for Chronicles.
Yes. Although there was then there was the English version of Spirit of Justice, which for us came after the Japanese version of Great Ace Attorney 2.
Wait, the localization took that long?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I guess that's a story for a different one stream, but like, interesting. Perfect stream after a bad day. Hi, Kieran and Kira. Welcome in. Hope you guys are all doing good. All right then, yeah, I guess before we get into any more discussion, I guess let's go through all these, and then after that we can talk more about the characters in the game and whatnot then.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Ryunosuke Naruhodo's 7 Days of Sin, evening of day 1. 2nd July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Sorry, hold on, pause really fast. Interesting as well that in the Japanese, because it's nice that they show both the Japanese and the English text, but for the dates, it's the Japanese standard, but for the localization, like, it's the British standard where it's like 5th, whatever, or I guess like, I don't know.
I feel like they must have done that on purpose after like listening to all the vocalization like blogs and stuff like that too. They definitely kept that in mind.
Wait, in other countries, for people in other countries that aren't the United States, are your guys' date format like for today's date? Would it be March 22nd or would it be 22nd March for you guys? Because 22nd March is British, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, definitely when you just have numbers with like slashes, it is.
Okay. Got it.
I hereby call to order the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready?
Judicial Assistant Susato Mikotoba for the defense is ready, my lord.
For the prosecution, I, Herlock Sholmes, naturally stand in full readiness.
And I naturally am not ready for this at all. Oh, wait, these aren't voiced?
I guess they aren't, but it's auto-scrolling, so it's still like rapid. I think it goes faster too, because it's
it's not voiced, yeah. Okay, well, I guess we gotta double time it. I don't even know what that is I'm supposed to have done here.
No, that's right. When I heard that Mr. Naruhodo was in trouble, I hurried here at once. But I have no information about the charge brought against him at all.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Save Data Team, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. Hello. Hope you guys are all doing good. Hello. Bonjour. If you guys are new here, hiya, hey, it is nice to meet you guys. My name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber. I'm also a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys play Fire Emblem Heroes, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in that game. If you guys play Genshin Impact, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaedehara Yoshinori. And if you guys like yaoi or boys love, I play Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. Welcome in, guys. Hey, we are just streaming the game and wanted to drop our chat off with someone else playing it. Thank you so much, Save Data Team. I really appreciate it. We are actually, we finished the first game. So before we start the second game, I wanted to wrap up and do the side stories and watch the extra little videos that they had. So we're going to go ahead and we actually just started the first one. So if you guys want to stick around, I'd like to have you guys really quickly. Let me just go ahead and see what you were up to really fast. And I'm also joined here by my friend Kiro Style here as well.
His voice. What kind of wrestling match was Mr. Soseki and Mr. Shamspear having to leave that many handprints on the wall? I was using a special pin. Misohead shared 18 bits saying, today I learned the words racism and racist didn't exist until the 1920s. The period accurate localization could be why they're not calling Van Zieks racist. Racialism and racialist are a bit older, but not much, from 1882 to 1910. Other words are race hatred.
Interesting. Oh, you're playing with an actual lawyer. Interesting. No problem whatsoever. It's all good. Don't worry about it. And that clip did not spoil me on anything as far as I know. But either way, thank you guys so much. If you guys want to stick around, we are going to be reading all the videos and whatnot. But either way, thank you guys so much. We're going to go back right now. I haven't done anything. I'm just trying to keep a low profile and prepare mentally for the bit. Oh my god, it's going so fast.
Mr. Naruhodo, your brazenness knows no bounds. To call yourself a detective lawyer having committed no less than 7 crimes of the most serious nature.
Wait, 7 crimes?
What are you talking about, Mr. Sholmes?
Until every one of those unforgivable felonies has been fully examined in this courtroom. I shall not step down from this bench. That's what I'm talking about, my dear fellows.
You do realize that the prosecution counsel's benched, don't you?
I don't believe you should have stepped up to it in the first place.
Thank you, counsels. Now let us hear the charge brought by the prosecution.
As I said, there are 7 charges against the accused to be heard 7 consecutive trials this week. This evening, we examined the first of these charges, a most disturbing crime.
What crime? Of what does Mr. Naruhodo stand accused?
Of leaking information, Miss Susato, as you well know.
Huh?
Leaking information?
I still remember it clearly. The words out of the accused's mouth last night at the testament. The topic of conversation turned to the greatest attorney to be released next week. You recall, I presume, what blurted from your lips with regard to the public. Oh my god, it's going so fast. I think it was something like, I can't believe the greatest attorney goes on sale next week. I can't wait to see what curious deductions Mr. Schultz comes in. Precisely, there you have it, my gripe in a nutshell. The great detective's appearance in the title was supposed to be a great secret, a surprise. I didn't want it to be common knowledge shared with all and sundry. To speak of it so openly and discreetly. Upon my word, there can be no repugnant crime.
Oh my god, it's going so fast. I can't even read it without, like, not even acting it out, just reading it so fast.
Yeah.
Really?
Mr. Sholmes, curious deductions, both undeniable spoilers.
Hold it! I think it's reasonable to say that Mr. Naruhodo's words were simply information, not spoilers. And I do believe that your appearance, Mr. Sholmes, is already highly anticipated. In fact, that alone may account for many people's interest in the title.
Of all the words I've used to describe your appearance, surreptitious isn't one of them.
I wonder if perhaps your real gripe is with the description of your deductions as curious.
Objection! You failed to see the seriousness of the crime, my learned friend Miss Susanto.
Huh?
You believe it to be a trifle, but in the world of mystery, there's nothing so important as trifles. The accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo has committed the willful and callous act of revealing spoilers, for which the prosecution seeks the harshest of sentences. In summary, then, the court must decide the following. In the context of a tale of mystery in which every leaked detail could be of significance, it is or is it not a crime to utter in public that what has already been made public? All people have a right to acknowledge, naturally, but oh my god. Prosecution is called for a strict penal action. We shall reconvene. The defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo's fate is now in the hands of you, the gentleman of the jury. Do you find him guilty or innocent? What say you, juror?
Until tomorrow evening, then, please deliberate carefully.
Help me! What the heck? That was moving at like rocket speed.
Right?
Oh my
So,
gosh.
yeah, like again, these videos were released the week leading up to the game's release. So each day they would release one of these videos, and then the audience would get to vote on their website or something like that to decide whether he was guilty or innocent. And then they release the next video in response to that as well.
Oh, okay.
So in the next video, they'll say whether the audience, us, voted him as innocent or guilty. And then day 2 is they tell the next crime, and then people vote again, and then innocent or guilty, and then the next crime, and then innocent or guilty.
I see. Well, he's always innocent in my eyes because I love him.
Well, I guess we'll see what the people of Japan thought at the time.
No, I don't care what the people of Japan think in 2017. Genji's Noct Fury and Misohead, thank you guys so much for following and joining the constellations. I hope you guys can read as fast as we can because it's really hard. Corolla-san, thank you so much. 3rd July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
The jury has reached a decision about the first charge brought against Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Does the defense wish to make a closing statement?
Myself and my clients are very much opposed to the leaking of information, my lord. However,
a few minor spoilers can't really hurt, surely. I mean, the fact that Mr. Sholmes will appear is...
Objection! A few minor spoilers, you say? You fail to grasp the magnitude of the situation. The appearance of this great detective can never be described as minor, Mr.
Objection! The prosecution's last statement and entire argument is completely inconsistent.
I beg your pardon?
If, as you say, you wish to keep the news of your appearance a secret, Mr. Sholmes, then standing for the prosecution in this public trial as you are, that very act is surely a spoiler in itself.
I couldn't deny that it isn't a possibility that doesn't make logical sense. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, slate your learnings for the court. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
This is what a superstar looks like.
Well, it would appear that the matter is settled then. 7-day sinner Ryunosuke Naruhodo. On this occasion, the court finds you
Not guilty! Yeah!
Dear me, not the conclusion I would have expected from a logical and reasonable jury, I must say.
Thank you very much!
Hold it! I happen to know of a certain gentleman who was thoroughly estranged as a result of revealing a few minor spoilers.
You do?
Yes, I know your kind only too well. You're the sort of person who would blithely say to someone new to the Sherlock Holmes stories,
Sholmes, you say? Oh yes, wasn't he the man who dies and such like?
but then later on it turns out he didn't actually die at all, and so on.
He's right, there really should have been a spoiler alert at the start of this trial.
But I'm sure the details aren't quite right.
I hereby call this to an end with the first of the defendant's trials this week. I trust you all shall attend the next trial.
Hopefully it'll go as well as today, and Mr. Naruhodo will be acquitted again.
That is all. Court is adjourned until the second trial.
To be continued. Holy crap! Did they not account? Are they like just like, oh yeah, the audience will just pause on YouTube? It's nice for me because I read super fast in my head and your reading speed is closer to how I naturally read the text. I feel like my neurons are just like rapid fire, like, all right, here we go. The Law and Order sound effect. I love using that for this game. It's so funny. All right, day 2. So therefore, like, pretty much every day is like a different offense he's getting accused for then?
Yeah, his 7 sins, so to speak.
Okay, got it. Yunosuke Naruhodo's 7 Days of Sin, evening of day 2. See, even when they voice acted, it's slower. 3rd July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma.
I hereby call this order of the trial the defendant Yunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with the second trial?
Kazuma Sogi for the defense, my lord. Yes, I'm ready.
I love you.
Sherlock Holmes for the prosecution, my lord, as ever in complete and utter readiness.
And I, as ever, am in complete and utter unreadiness. What is it this time? I really have no idea what I'm supposed to have done!
The crime of which you stand accused tonight, my dear fellow, is that of dishonoring a lady.
Dishonoring?
A lady?
Indeed. The accused's judicial assistant, in fact.
Judicial assistant Mikotoba.
I still remember it clearly, the words out of the accused's mouth last night at the restaurant. As the lady in question arose from her seat to leave, he noticed that she had forgotten her purse. You recall, I presume, what blurted from your lips, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, yes, I think it was something like... Oh, that looks like Susato-san's purse! I think you're forgetting something, Susato-san!
Objection! The accused had insulted the lady by mispronouncing her name not once but 3 times!
Hold it. Yes, certainly to call one's own judicial assistant by the wrong name is a graceless blunder,
Objection! No buts, my learned friend, for the third attempt of Susan was perilously close to Sue's Hat Swan.
Ah!
Just try it for yourself. Try to say that name 3 times in a row and see how you get on. You'll find quickly it's harder than your average tongue twister. The truth is, names that look prettiest on paper are a death trap for the mouth.
The accused has wronged great disgrace, ill twist of fate, for which the prosecution seeks the harshest of sentences. In summary, then, the court must decide the following. Is failing to say Susato-san correctly 3 times in rapid succession a crime worthy of punishment or merely a result of a punishing name for the tongue? The most beautiful names have a right to be pronounced beautifully. Oh, the prosecution has called for strict penal action. We shall reconvene. The defendant Yunosuke Naruhodo's fate now is... You find him guilty or innocent. What say you, juror?
Until tomorrow, then, when we'll see how this case ends.
Help me! You try saying Susato-san 3 times at the speed we have to read this. Susato-san, 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 Susato-san. God, it's like having a machine gun on your tongue. You got.
Now we all know how Kazuma feels.
Oh, we should ask everyone then. We should ask everyone before we go to the adjudication. Do you guys think he should be guilty or innocent? I think innocent. What about you, Kira?
Innocent.
Good. That was the right answer. 4th July, 5 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
The jury has reached a decision about the second charge brought against Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Does the defense wish to make a closing statement?
It's clear that names with too many S sounds next to each other are very hard to say. So if anyone is guilty here, it's whoever conceived of such a name in the first place.
Objection! I'm afraid that sort of chicanery won't help you here. You see, I've been a step ahead of you from the start.
What do you mean a step ahead?
Susato-san is a child's play. You Japanese have vowels between your S's. But we Englishmen stare the devil in the face with the triple S's in Miss Susato.
What?
Ho-ho! Go ahead, try it if you dare. A rapid-fire triple Miss Susato, Miss Susato, Miss Susato!
Susato-san!
Objection! A step ahead. That last claim of yours was a step too far.
I beg your pardon?
Since the beginning of this trial, I've been paying careful attention to your pronunciation, Mr. Sholmes. And I'd say you've been doing your utmost to avoid saying the name of the lady in question. It's always been the lady in question or your judicial assistant or some such. Why? Very simple. Because you know that you're very likely to dishonor the lady by mispronouncing her name yourself.
I couldn't deny that isn't something about which I haven't been even slightly worried. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state your leanings for the court. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Well, it would appear that the matter is settled then. 7-day sinner Ryunosuke Naruhodo. On this occasion, the court finds you not guilty! Dear me, not the conclusion I would have expected from a logical and reasonable jury, I must say.
Thank you very much!
I hereby call an end to this, the second of the defendant's trials this week. I trust you shall all attend the next trial.
It looks as though my job here is done, partner. See you at home.
Thanks, my love. I'll treat Susato-san to something sweet.
Good idea. I'm sure Judicial Assistant Mikotoba will be touched.
You're trying to avoid saying it too, aren't you? The lady's name in question.
That is all. Court is adjourned until the third trial tomorrow evening.
This is funny, because this kind of retcons that side story, where Ryunosuke's really good at tongue twisters, and Kazuma's the one that isn't.
Maybe Miss Susato is just an exception.
Honestly, at the speed that we had to read it.
Yeah, maybe he was rushing too.
For the jurors, we can go one and one, so I'll do one and you can do one.
Sure. Good thing they're not talking much beyond the adjudication.
4th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. This is supposed to take place all over one day? Oh no, it's the same day, my bad.
It's like 1 week, yeah.
I hereby call to order this trial of the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with this third trial?
Iris Wilson for the defense. I'm ready for anything, my lord.
Herlock Sholmes for the prosecution, my lord, as ever in complete and utter readiness.
And I, as ever, completely unprepared. This is getting ridiculous! Night after night, my name being dragged through the mud?
And this night you stand accused of overindulgence. You recall, I presume, the incident in question?
Objection! Of course I don't recall it! I've never even heard of overindulgence as a crime!
And yet you perfectly illustrated my point with that bellicose objection.
Oh, here we go.
Hold it. The defense demands that Hurley explains what he's talking about.
Perhaps before that, we might be able to bring the defense up to a slightly higher level?
An excellent suggestion. Pray, where are the potato crates kept in this courtroom?
Oh, what a good view I have from up here.
Oh, what a charming young lawyer we had hiding in the courtroom.
He...
The accused of which, of course, will be aware of the name Hiro Shimono.
Huh? Oh, well,
Oh yes, the lovely Japanese voice actor who reads all of Runo's lines.
voice actor? You're blaming me for that now?
I refer, of course, to the studio recording of your objection line. You remember the... tell the court how many takes did you demand for the nebulous reason of being dissatisfied?
I don't actually remember, but I imagine it was rather a lot.
Objection! 16 takes on that one little phrase without sparing a single thought from Mr. Shimono's vocal cords. Good gracious!
What about our vocal cords?
Good gracious indeed, my lord. But that is not all. The following day, for reasons best known only to the accused, dissatisfaction struck again. The tireless Mr. Shimono had to perform a further 12 takes of the phrase, despite the fact that only a single objection soundbite is used in the game. The accused, Mr. Yunosuke Naruhodo, is charged with objection for which the prosecution seeks the harshest of sentences. In summary, then, the court must decide the following. Is 28 takes of objection indicative of pernicatedness or perfectionism? No doubt the final objection was an expression of Mr. Shimono's true feelings of the matter.
You could be onto something, Hurley. Guilty as charged, I think.
Iris, isn't a defense lawyer supposed to side with the defendant?
The prosecution has called for strict penal action. We shall reconvene. The defendant Yunosuke Naruhodo's fate is in your hands now. Do you find him innocent or guilty? What say you, juror?
I need to go and cook dinner now, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye!
Help me! All right, chat, what do you guys think? Innocent or guilty? But before you guys give your answers, I need to give you guys some context as well. It might be different because English is just different, but from my perspective, when we record lines for video games, we usually only ever do an ABC. So how it would work is we get the line and we read the line 3 different ways. You know, like, read the line like this, read the line like this, read the line like this. And then, you know, the client will be like, okay, I like A, B, or C. Or if I don't like it, then, you know, let's do another A, B, and C. So at most, like maybe six or so, right? But in this context, the line was read like more, like almost double, if not triple that. So there's your context. So anyways, I would actually give guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah. Context is for the week. No, I just wanted to let you guys know, you know, what it's usually like when it's like recording for video games. But anyways, you guys think guilty? Also, Emmy Metal and Ever Entropy, thank you guys so much for following and joining the constellations. I really appreciate it. All right, I guess let's find out what the adjudication is. 5th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
A jury has reached a decision about the third charge brought against Yunosuke Naruhodo. Does the defense wish to make a closing statement?
Well, the defense has been making some inquiries and discovered vital evidence.
You have, Iris?
Well, most intriguing. Something relevant to this case.
Oh yes, very relevant. It's all here in this file. As you said yesterday, Hurley, poor Mr. Shimono had to perform that objection 28 times in total. But it turns out that take was actually used in the end was the very first one.
That is so... Oh my god!
What a cruel taskmaster.
Objection! You're right, Iris. That was new information. But did you really need to share it with the court?
It may interest you that the objection we just heard was take number 23.
Forgive me!
So pray tell the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you find the accused? Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
It would appear the jurors are unanimous in their decision. 7-day sinner Ryunosuke Naruhodo. On this occasion, the court finds you guilty! An unsurprising result. The worldly ladies and gentlemen of the jury are great allies of mine. I hereby call an end to this, the third of the defendant's trials this week. I trust you all shall attend the next trial.
I think you got your just desserts there, Runo, don't you?
That is all. Court is adjourned until the fourth trial.
Definitely guilty then. I was going to say not guilty because it's short, but a very important line. But the first one was actually fine already. Hello, Kieran and Kiro. I just want to say hi. I'm currently studying. I need to go. No problem. Thank you so much for stopping by and saying hi. Good luck with your studies and good luck with your test.
Thanks for stopping by.
When you said this was going to be an hour long, were you sure about that?
That's how long I took to go through them.
Is my game cursed? Do I just have like breakneck speed?
Well, we're having like discussions between them too, so.
That's true. All right, thank you so much for the care package. I think we actually need that before we go on. So everyone, let's go ahead and stand up from our seats. We're gonna do a group stretch together. So let's go ahead and twist our bodies to the left.
To the left.
Twist our bodies to the right.
To the right.
We're gonna stretch our arms straight up to the sky.
To the sky.
Roll out that right shoulder.
Right.
Roll out that left shoulder.
Left.
Very slowly and very gently roll out your neck. Take a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. Go ahead and drink some water. Thank you so much for the care package, Lux. I really appreciate it. Man, I'm gonna miss not having backup vocals for the stretches. All right,
we need to pre-record some.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Ryunosuke Naruhodo's 7 Days of Sin, evening of day 4. '5th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
I hereby call the order of the trial of the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready?
Judicial Assistant Susato Mikatoba for the defense. My lord, I am ready.
Herlock Sholmes for the prosecution, my lord. In full readiness, I'm sure you would expect.
I'm starting to get strangely used to spending my evenings in this dock, but I really shouldn't be here. The Great Ace Attorney's releases.
Hold it! That, my dear fellow, illustrates your crime to a tittle.
Sorry? What does?
Could it be that you're referring to the title of the work itself, Mr. Sholmes? The Great Ace Attorney.
Very astute, my dear madam. The uninspired as quite frankly an affront to the original title of Ace Attorney.
Hold it. But it's a rather good title, isn't it? The Great Ace Attorney.
And just in case anybody cares, I'm not the one responsible for it.
Besides, any enduring follower of Capcom's titles would recognize the addition of Great as akin to the addition of Super, which should spice up some ghouls and goblins.
You advocate that the...
What would the prosecution's suggestion for the next title maybe, I ask?
Well, I should think. The great Detective Herlock Sholmes in his sublime sepia deductions, or such like.
Objection. I fear that might be a bit long, and in many ways the protagonist is really Mr. Naruhodo.
In many ways, Miss Susato and Mr. Sholmes. The trouble is your full name is so long it's been suggested it's hard to use.
You can't casually throw an anonymous party's opinion into the mix. The real issue is that the title, The Great Ace Attorney, makes all preceding titles seem somewhat less great by comparison. Ah!
Oh dear, are we back on that again?
In summary, then, the court must decide the following. Is the Great Ace Attorney a tip-top title or a tawdry one? It's not too late, you know. There's still time to imbue the title with a little sepia sublimeness. The prosecution has called for strict penal action. The defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo's fate is now in the hands of you. Do you find him guilty or innocent? What say you, juror?
This is my second time defending Mr. Naruhodo, but don't worry, I have something up my sleeve.
Help me! That was actually kind of a good one. Now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, I like the name The Great Ace Attorney. Or I guess in Japanese it'd be Daigakuten Saiban.
Yeah.
I mean, how else would you see this like series be titled?
The problem too with these games, I mean, in Japanese, they're all Gyakuten Saiban, but in the English ones, they kind of change their naming partway through, because they start with like Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, right? And then Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations, but then Apollo
it's not
Justice,
called Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations?
No, in English, it's Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations, but then in Japanese, it's Gyakuten Saiban, whatever.
Yeah.
But then, like Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and then Dual Destinies, they changed it to Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies, because
it's
suddenly Phoenix, he's the main character, but there's other characters too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess they didn't anticipate that.
Ace Attorney Legacy: The Wonderful Adventures of an Ace Attorney.
I like Ace Attorney Legacy, actually. That's a good title.
Oh, actually, that is pretty good. Huh.
Like, personally, me as a person, when I name things, I like, if they're part of a series, I like it if they all start with the same word so that alphabetically organized, they all appear together. But that's just me.
Really? I don't know. I always thought Great Ace Attorney was just good.
It is a good name. I do like Ace Attorney Legacy, though. That's a good one. That's a good suggestion.
That would have been pretty good, yeah. I used to be a writer. Maybe it's because we got the logo and then I was able to turn it into the gay Ace Attorney.
Dude,
I don't know. Where would you say for this case then? Guilty or not guilty? What do you guys think, chat? And Kirill?
Well, I mean, Naruhodo did say that it wasn't him that named the game, so why should we put the blame on him?
Actually, this brings up an important point, because we've been talking about the localization blogs, and I think, if I remember right, they specifically said that for these games, because the original title, like the full title in Japanese was like The Great Ace Attorney, The Adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But then in the English version, they simplified it to just Adventures and Resolve, because like, you know, in the West...
It's too long.
Yeah, it's too long, and also because like Naruhodo would only like... Because we got Phoenix Wright instead of, you know, Ryuichi Naruhodo. Ace Attorney surprisingly not Jack the Ripper. Yeah, I'm gonna say innocent.
Yeah, I'll say innocent on this one.
All right. 6 July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Where's the baby girl option? He's always baby girl, whether he's guilty or innocent.
A jury has reached a decision about the fourth charge brought against Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Does the defense wish to make a closing statement?
It seems there was a very particular constraint when the title was being decided. Senior Capcom staff were insistent that Ace Attorney should feature in the title somewhere.
Yes, that's right, which is why the creative team came up with suggestions such as Ace Attorney Renaissance and Ace Attorney Democracy.
There was also Ace Attorney Industrial Revolution and Ace Attorney in London.
I also hear there was another candidate put forward. Sholmes and the Ace Attorney. Why, oh why was that not chosen?
Objection! That last statement of yours, Mr. Sholmes, is completely inconsistent with your earlier argument.
Something I said is innocent? Inconsistent?
3 days ago, on the first of these trials, you made something very clear. That your appearance in the title was supposed to be a closely guarded secret.
Oh.
That being the case, if the title you were hoping for had been chosen, it would be amounted to an unforgivable spoiler.
I couldn't deny that those aren't the words that didn't perhaps usher from my lips not so very long ago. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state your leanings for the court. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I don't have a good one. Damn it.
It would appear the jurors are unanimous in their decision. 7-day Synod Yunosuke Naruhodo. On this occasion, the court finds you not guilty. Yare yare. Not the conclusion I would have expected from a logical and reasonable jury, I must say.
Oh, thank you very much.
I hereby call an end to this, the fourth of the defendants' trials. I shall trust you shall attend the next trial.
It's 3 days now until the game goes on sale. I do hope you'll attend tomorrow.
That is all. Court is adjourned until the 5th.
To be continued. Berbers, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. I really appreciate it. I don't know Dai as well in Japanese. I'm more familiar with the Chinese meaning, which is just big. Yeah, I mean, well, in Japanese, that kanji is, you know, it's the same as the Chinese. Like, it's supposed to mean, like, big. Like, the literal translation would be, like, big.
Yeah, but just like in English, there's multiple ways you can interpret it as well, depending on the context.
Yeah, it's a big, great, you know. But big Ace Attorney, when he's like, Yunosuke gives, like, such, like, short guy energy.
The big Ace Attorney.
But Ryunosuke is a twink, and what about it? So what? Oh my god. These are funny, though. These are cute.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo's
7 Days of Sin. Evening of Day 5. 6 July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey Courtroom. Kazuma!
I hereby call to order this trial the defendant Yunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with this 5th trial?
Kazuma Sogi for the defense, my lord. I'm ready for anything.
Wait, did we skip one? Did we skip one, or is this the right one?
We just finished the 4th one, didn't we? So this is the 5th one.
Okay.
Look, Sholmes, for the prosecution, I assure you I'm quite ready.
Objection! This is a waste of time. All our energy should be focused on the game now. There's only 3 days left before the release date, and there's so much to do.
And there, my lord, is a perfect example of the crime for which the accused stands trial this evening. Mr. Naruhodo, you recall, I presume, your suspicious behavior moments ago?
Suspicious behavior? What are you talking about?
Your eyes, my dear fellow, your eyes. 2 enormous dinner plates crammed into that sedating head with a lone raisin rolling around on each. Never before has the world seen a defense lawyer with such an...
Objection! What my learned friend fails to appreciate is the resolve expressed by the defendant in the antechamber.
The trial's about to get underway at last. I'm hungry for this win!
So while those dinner plate eyes might seem to suggest the defendant is scared, what they really show is the size of his appetite for victory.
Objection! Sadly, that is not the only telltale sign of the accused's panic-stricken mind.
What?
Though out of sight from your side of the courtroom, I assure you the dinner plates are at the tip of the iceberg. For underneath the dock, the accused's knees are knocking louder than his lordship's gavel. Ah! A clear indication of how shaken he is, as evidenced by all but 2 of the raisins being shaken off the plates. Ah! The accused Yunosuke Naruhodo is charged with disastrously dinner plate eyes, for which the prosecution seeks the harshest of sentences. In summary, the court must decide the following. Are wide eyes and knocking knees an unavoidable display of nerves or an unforgivable distraction for a lawyer?
I suggest you start looking for more raisins before we see the white of your eyes.
You know the drill, guys. I'm not going to read the text. Do you find him guilty or innocent? What say you, juror?
This is a trial that we can't afford to lose. My reputation as a lawyer is at stake.
Help me, Kazuma! Now that's just just silly. As someone that's very nervous. Oh, the former, please, or I'm screwed. Again, I'm gonna say not guilty, just because if I was in that situation, I would be scared for dear life.
Not guilty. Do it for Kazuma.
Guilty? No! If you say guilty, I swear to God, chat. Eat your fear? Must be nice, man. Not guilty? Okay, good. Some sensibility. I wasn't even representing anyone and I was still nervous watching arrangements. Oh my God. As someone was anxiety, not guilty. Okay. Good to see there's some sort of like, you know, resonance within all of us. Or for most of us, except for Relix. Not guilty, baby girl. All right, let's see what the Japanese public voted. 7th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
The jury has reached a decision about the 5th charge. Are there any closing statements to be made? Woefully wide eyes and cacophonic knocking knees. You Japanese have a curious manner. It's almost as if you wish to draw attention to your choices.
What did you say?
It really is quite the most ridiculous thing. At times I think you two dinner plates are short for a dinner set.
I presume that's supposed to be some witty British idiom, is it? Is that the best the world-famous great detective can do?
Time to hear the court's decision, I think, don't you? Oh, so pray tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you find the accused? Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
What the hell,
my dear.
Japan? No!
They just want to bully him.
It would appear the jurors are unanimous in the decision. 7-day synod, Yunosuke Naruhodo. On this occasion, the court finds you guilty! An unsurprising result. The worldly ladies and gentlemen of Japan are great allies of mine. I hereby call this end to the 5th blah blah blah.
Talk about us Japanese like that. It's brazen mockery.
Quite brazen crockery, indeed. But really, there's no need for dried or sour grapes.
Curse you!
Mr. Shulm should really think about raising the bar a bit, I think.
That is all. Court is adjourned until the 6th trial.
Thanks for the info about Dai. I always underestimate how similar Hansa and Kanji meetings are. Studied Mandarin for a while, but I'm rusty. I remember now how Dai isn't always literal in Chinese either, and how even though Runo is small, I love the nickname Runo, it's so cute. I just think that the games are big somehow. Not just because it's essentially a 10-episode game, like the whole thing. We were talking about this and how, because we were earlier, how the Phoenix Wright games are kind of all like disconnected or like individual like games, but this game specifically, like, I don't think you can jump into Great Ace Attorney 2, like, you know, just out of like, be like, I want to jump into this one. Like, you definitely need to play Great Ace Attorney 1.
Yes, yes, which is another reason why it's great that they bundled them together, so it kind of forces you to do that.
I know, imagine if we only got the first one and then like, you know, they're kind of like, we'll see how this goes. And then like, you know, it doesn't meet expectations and then like we just never got the second.
Never find out the answers.
That would be crazy.
And honestly, it just makes logistical sense, right? If they're gonna go through the the foibles of doing all the localization and all the writing and the reprogramming and stuff, you might as well just do it all at once when everyone's together, right?
Mm-hmm. Man, I almost like. Would it be funny if we just like read the localization blogs or something? Maybe we can do that for when we finish 2. So then, like, as a something like a, that way we can read those and then we can actually wrap up on the story together or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Couldn't imagine playing the second one not realizing they're a set. That would be wild. He's got a. Now that I think about it, because the Phoenix Wright trilogy, it's not like they say Phoenix Wright 1, Phoenix Wright 2, Phoenix Wright 3, right? It's Phoenix Wright, and then it's Justice for All, and then Trials and Tribulations.
Well, I think that's more just the way the fandom puts it. I think like the original box does say like Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations. But I think when they re-release them or like remastered them, they might have changed some of the marketing on them because the later games all say Ace Attorney on them.
Do they not? Hold on, now I have to... Ace Attorney, Justice for All. That's the second one, right?
Yeah.
The box says Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All.
Which is a mouthful, right?
Yeah. Okay. Which is why it's bonkers that they're all seemingly making some efforts to avoid spoilers for the first game and the second. Wait, what? They do? Is that true?
Well, there's some parts where they like... They hide, for example, like the culprits of the first game.
Oh.
But like the hanging threads they still talk about, but they won't like spoil you on the trials, right? And of course, we all know that when you play Ace Attorney, a lot of times the mystery isn't about who's guilty, it's about how they did it, right?
Yeah.
It's less of a whodunit and more of a howdunit. So they do avoid like telling you the plot of the first game, but they'll still say things like, you know, oh, we heard their names on the Morse code, right? Like stuff like that, for example.
Because I was like, oh, there's no way that Josiah Beret's not coming back, or not coming back in the second game.
Oh, I guess you'll just have to wait and find out.
I don't want to play it, like, right now. They also need to remind you about DL6 every few minutes. That's what I was like, at least, like, you know, in regards to Edgeworth, like, that's so integral to, like, his character. Like, there's no way that they can't not reference it in other games.
That's one of the things that does carry throughout the games, but I would say it's more of an exception than it is an indication of a rule.
All right, well, looks like we got 2 more days, so let's go ahead and wrap these up. Yunosuke Naruhodo's 7 Days of Sin, evening of day 6. Oh, I wasn't supposed to use that there. Whatever. 7th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
I hereby call this order of the trial of Yunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with the 6th trial?
Iris Wilson, my lord, humbly representing the defense. I am ready, thank you, yes.
Herlock Sholmes for the prosecution, ready and eager to proceed, my lord.
Dock is starting to feel like my home port now. But how many times do I have to experience this sinking feeling?
Indeed, that very question brings us neatly to the crime of the day.
What have you got, Hurley?
How many times must the accused, or rather the accused and his defense lawyering dynasty, stand accused in the dock before they are satisfied?
My defense lawyering dynasty? What?
You recall, I presume, that your future relation by the name of Phoenix, right?
I can't say that name rings a bell, no.
He, like you, is or will be a defense lawyer destined for the dock twice. No doubt his fate was predetermined by...
Wait! Ooh! Spoilers for me, but okay.
Was predetermined by yours, which... Blah, blah. Between that pair of you, therefore, that's a total of 9 court appearances!
Hold it! One of those 7 times is even part of the game, Hurley. It's an escape room event.
An event? What do you mean, Iris?
That art's cute.
Haven't you heard of it? Murder at Old Bailey. It's been hugely popular up and down the country.
Well, I'm delighted the public enjoys seeing Mr. Naruhodo as much as I do.
Ooh, I'll find 5 of the 7 appearances of the 5 trials I have to endure this week! None of these have anything to do with the game at all!
Nevertheless... It's a poor protagonist who's so closely acquainted with the dock even before his adventures go on sale. Ugh. If this trend continues, one can only presume that great tribulations as well as trials await in the game itself. Ah! The accused Yunosuke Naruhodo is charged with excessive appearances, for which the prosecution seeks the harshest of sentences. Ah, well, you know the drill. Guilty or not guilty? Personally, I think not guilty, because we should see more of this fine young man. For members of the Naruhodo clan whose total of 9 appearances in the dock, unsurprising or unforgivable. I've little doubt about the number will continue to increase as early as tomorrow evening, in fact. I'll look forward to that. The prosecution is called for strict penal action. The defendant, blah 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 blah. Wah, 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 wah.
It's exciting though, isn't it? Wondering if Runo will be convicted or not.
Help me!
Yes, this man has been in the dock too many times. Let's put him in the dock again.
Your crime is that you've been here too many times. I really hope the harshest of punishments is pinching his cheeks and giving him kisses. I want that. All right, guys, what do you think? Guilty or not guilty? I think not guilty. We need to see more. We need to see more of him. I need to make this man my entire personality, as if I already haven't.
So then, wouldn't you want him to be guilty, so they put him in the dock again?
Oh God.
I sense a contradiction. Objection.
No! Stop it! Stop it! Japan keeps clowning on him, so guilty. Man, he really is a bullyable protagonist, though. I feel like Phoenix is like the protagonist where, like, you can, like, tease him and stuff, but, like, he'll just, like, play it off. But, like, Ryunosuke is like, oh, if you bully him, then he'll cry, and then, like, it'll just make you want to bully him more. Not guilty, that way we can see some more drama. Objection, speculation. Okay, let's find out. Let's find out what Japan thought. 8th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
The jury has reached a decision. Are there any closing statements? The prosecution acknowledges the recent rise and prominence of the so-called dark hero. The modern age has ushered the demise of protagonists of my kind, the guileless genius.
Oh, Hurley, that's a masterstroke. You didn't even bat an eyelid.
However, a hero so dark his suit is as black as pitch and the dock is his permanent home, I posit to the court, is a shade too far.
I think you overlooked something here, Hurley.
Pardon?
Nearly all the main characters that have appeared in Ace Attorney over the years have been defendants of some description or another, and mostly hopeless cases at that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that being in the dock is a sure sign of a venerable Ace Attorney hero.
Oh! Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state your leanings for the court. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
What can I do for you?
It would appear the jurors are unanimous in their decision. 7-day sinner Ryunosuke Naruhodo. On this occasion, the court finds you not guilty! Dear me, not the conclusion I would have expected from a logical and reasonable jury, I must say.
Thank you very much!
I hereby call an end to this, the sixth of the defendant's trials. The next trial is to be the last. I trust you shall all be in attendance.
That's right, tomorrow's the day at last, the release date.
That is all. Court is adjourned until the final trial tomorrow evening.
All right, I guess. Oh, this final one. It's just like there was no vote for it. It just happened, huh?
Yep.
All right, I guess let's go straight into it. Ryunosuke Naruhodo's 7 Days of Sin, the final evening. 8th July, 5 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. All three of them.
I hereby call to this order the trial of the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed with the final trial? All Lock Sholmes for prosecution, my lord. Quite ready, I assure you.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the defense! I'm more ready than I've ever been!
Well, well, so you're vacating the dock in favor for the defense's bench at last, my fellow.
For the past 6 days, I've watched my friends working tirelessly to advocate for me, but tonight I'm defending myself! I'll show you how...
That's a somewhat ambiguous turn of phrase, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let's hope it's not you, Ryunosuke.
Oh yes, that was a bit unclear.
Laudable determination, Mr. Naruhodo. And most timely, for this evening's proceedings call for redoubled efforts on my part too. You see, the week's earlier accusations paled before the great crime which you now stand accused. Order! Order!
Mr. Sholmes, to what are you referring? What is this alleged great crime?
Very well, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I hereby formally charge you of the most serious and heinous crime. The crime of not being my boyfriend! Objection!
Oh, that's you.
This farce has gone on long enough. I am Lord Baroque Van Zeeks.
I know that voice anywhere.
Oh my! It's a legendary prosecutor known throughout the London as the Reaper of the Bailey.
The Reaper?
7-day sinner Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the charge is murder.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. The defense dismisses that charge outright.
I didn't do it! I would never kill anyone!
Objection. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. You will be tried in your own land in the Far East, the Empire of Japan. Court will convene tomorrow on the 9th July. Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me, my Nipponese friend.
Why is he the only one that talks slow enough to actually read?
I think it's because they're voicing it now. The time has finally come, Mr. Naruhodo. It's the 9th tomorrow. Well then, it's time to get going.
Prosecutor Baroque Von Zeeks, ladies and gentlemen of the international jury, I swear, I'll prove my innocence. I will win! In the full version of the game!
The Empire of Japan, after closing its doors, a push for cultural transformation, brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. But for one, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san, by ourselves if we have to.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. I will become a lawyer! I have to!
I know you can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I have complete faith in you.
And I shall be observing cleanly from the wings. Some help would be appreciated actually, Mr. Sholmes.
From the Empire of Japan to the Empire of Great Britain, a budding lawyer and a great detective, thrown together in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
Objection! The Great Ace Attorney Adventures! On sale tomorrow! 6 years ago! Oh? I can't wait to buy that game tomorrow.
Are you don't mean to say this is the end?
But what of the great crime I prepared for, Mr. Naruhodo? It will be ripped without it.
Never mind, Hurley. We'll just have to wait for Runo and the others at Baker Street. At least we can play the Great Ace Attorney to pass the time.
Yes, you're quite right. We shall be waiting faithfully in London. So until we meet again, I remain your humble servant, Herlock Sholmes.
That was cute. That was fun.
It was cute.
Yeah.
Now that we watched this one, I'm reminded when the English game was coming out, they were releasing like a set of trailers for the English version of the game.
Really?
And they were so spoilery. Like,
oh, really?
The official Capcom like Twitter, like if you looked at this, like they were releasing like little vignettes of each case of both games, and in each one they would like say who the defendant was and like who the accused was. And I was like, luckily I played the game before, but I was like, why are they spoiling it for all the people that haven't gotten the game yet? It hasn't even come out in English yet.
Interesting. I was gonna say, because obviously this was originally meant to be consumed like before the games came out, but it's so interesting that like rewatching it now with the perspective of knowing what happens in the first game.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, no, actually, I'm glad that we watched this at the end of the first game, but this was really cute. I enjoyed it.
They're so cute.
So I guess, do you have time to go over the portraits?
Yeah, let's talk about our favorite characters.
Hey, oh my god. You have like 5 hours so I can talk about Ryunosuke? No, but yeah,
in this video essay, I will go over why.
My god, I wish. I love long-form video essays. I guess what we can do then is we'll go ahead, so we did take a little preview just to make sure everything. It looks like there are some stuff here with like people that I don't know, which I'm assuming show up in the second game. So we're gonna skip this section until the next time we do another wrap up for Ace Attorney 2 or Great Ace Attorney 2. But we'll go ahead and read everything else, and then I guess what we can do is for every like piece, I'll read one because there's gonna be like stuff from the producers of the game as well. So I guess I can read one, then Kiro can read one, and we'll go back and forth.
I love that they added the flavor text too. I love seeing the commentary that goes along with it.
Yeah. Kieran, show him your 10K Runo screen. Oh yeah, I can do that. Okay, so if you guys are new here, and someone mentioned this yesterday, but I guess I should mention it now. I really like Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Really? I couldn't tell.
Oh, you know, well, I only have 1,355 screenshots of a Great Ace Attorney. I mean, it's nothing compared to my 2,270 from Fire Emblem Engage. But basically what happened was I hit 10,000 on my SD card. And mind you, just so you guys know, I have a 250 gigabyte SD card, so I can take that many screenshots. But literally, once you take 10,000, the Switch is like, hey, the SD card can't hold anymore, so we gotta cap you. So I had to switch to my system memory. But yeah, but also in my defense, they're really good for thumbnails. So yeah. No system update. What?
System update?
No. All right, Switch, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Kieran, I hereby sentence you for taking 10,000 screenshots of your favorite husbando.
So what are you gonna do? Make me guilty and put me right next to Ryunosuke in jail?
Is he guilty or not guilty? Audience, vote.
He's guilty of being the cutest boy ever. Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene-setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Here's the hero of the whole show, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The main concern here was to strike a good balance between a period look of someone out of Meiji Japan and believable ancestor of the protagonist of the main Ace Attorney games, Phoenix Wright. We hide the text we can so we can zoom in. So here is a cute little look at him. I think he's really charming. I think he's really nice.
I really like him too. I will admit, I was a bit hesitant when I first saw this game released in Japan, and I was kind of like, oh, but we're not getting it. I guess it's not a big deal because it's a spin-off, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't until I was like starved for Ace Attorney stuff and I stumbled upon it and looked deeper, and I was like, this is really good. We need this in English.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started loving it more.
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second. Oceanic Paris, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. I hope you guys are all doing good. If you guys are new here, hi, hey, my name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys play Fire Emblem Heroes, I play Sane and Rickard in that game. If you guys play Genshin Impact, I play Kaidehara Yoshinori, whose cousin has great-grandfather. And if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I play Koichi Mizuki in the Titan's Pride. Really quickly, let's go ahead and see what you were playing. Were you also playing Ace Attorney? Imagine. Just chatting.
I still need to put the Christmas tree and the
oh,
Christmas
were you assembling something
back, like in my closet?
Oh. What are you doing? You talking about Christmas tree? A little cottagecore building. Ooh. A little
that's cute.
Cafe house model kit. That's fun. I love doing streams like that. So that's really awesome. If you guys need to head out, I completely understand. But if you guys want to stick around, we're kind of doing a little wrap up. We just finished like the little like trailer stories and side stories and whatnot. And now we're kind of just going over all the art gallery and talking about our thoughts about the characters. And Paige Kalai, Paige, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so you were saying, Kiro, the game was like most likely not going to be localized.
Yeah, at the time, like when it was first released in Japan, and so I was kind of like, well, whatever. I'm not really that interested in it. But it wasn't until like I was starved for Ace Attorney and I started looking up stuff about this game, and actually I was like, suddenly I need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me personally, I've always been like a passive Ace Attorney. Like I've seen it like in the circles that I've been in. And I knew that this game existed, and I saw Ryunosuke, and even back then, I thought he was pretty cute too. So I kind of like, because I have, with the like little knowledge I did have, I knew that specifically the Phoenix Wright trilogy like was like localized so that like an American audience can understand and consume it. And so knowing that this game was like explicitly like very Japanese, like I knew that it was like probably not gonna come here. But like after playing the game and seeing how like they've worked around it, like it really does feel like the energy of like a Phoenix Wright game, but like still keeping the cultural like, you know, nuances from like the like original Japanese like aesthetics and origins of the characters.
Yeah, that's why I love seeing the development blogs for this game too, because they talk so much about all the research they did into like the designs and the music even, and all this other stuff, the way they talked, the way they translated things, the way they localized things. Like there was so much love and care put into it, which I think is really amazing.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously I'm not Japanese, but like, you know, seeing just Ryunosuke's design is very much like this is like, you know, specifically, explicitly a Japanese character. And talking about the localization blogs, like it really is nice that like in regards to like the casting for at least the English voice actors, obviously all the Japanese voice actors are Japanese, but in regards to the English voice actors, like they specifically did want a Japanese actor that also like, you know, can like speak British English.
Yeah, that's great.
So that was really cool.
And like when they first revealed this too, I was kind of like in the original trilogies, like Phoenix Wright never really talks about his ancestors, right? It was never really established that he came from a line of lawyers. It's kind of almost like implied that he's kind of like one of the first because of how like bumbling he is at the beginning. So to suddenly see them be like, oh, by the way, his ancestor from 100 years ago was also an attorney, we're gonna make a spin-off. Like at first I was kind of like, that's kind of weird. Can't we just have a new original protagonist? But like the way they wrote it, obviously Ryunosuke is a great character. I really grew to like it. So I was like okay with it. But like my first impression was kind of like, why can't we just have like a completely new character, right?
I do feel like, as someone, I've only ever played, like, you know, for context, I've only played Phoenix Wright 1. I do feel like Phoenix and Ryunosuke are different characters. Like, you know, they have obviously qualities and traits that are very similar, and like that's why you can call them off as ancestors. But I do feel like Ryunosuke is, you know, he does feel like it's not like it's a carbon copy of Phoenix.
Yes, for sure. And I think a big part of that too is because obviously by the time they developed this game, they had a lot more time to go with the Ace Attorney series and really build what they wanted for the series. What traits do they want for the protagonist? What inner conflicts do they want to carry throughout the games? And they were able to tell, or they intended to tell his story in 10 episodes instead of 5 or 4, right? So they were able to pace it a lot better, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I do think the longer length just really helps like flesh out Ryunosuke's character and just really helps him develop. And, you know, I'm assuming by the end he's just like fully realized and his arc is just, it's a really nice loop, or, you know, start to
It
finish.
is a really good arc. Yeah, which again, I guess, I mean, you could tell the title of the game, right? The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yeah. It was also, I remember reading a comment, and I thought it was really funny that, like, Phoenix went to school for lawyering, and, like, in the first game, he's just like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then Ryunosuke, like, went to school for English, and he's like, I
really don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's like, okay, I get it. But, like, Phoenix, you went to school to become a lawyer.
Yeah.
My headcanon is that Phoenix knows, but he doesn't bother talking about it. Years later, Edgeworth is interrogating him while they're dating about their time. His ancestor totally didn't expose government secrets. Oh, I'm not there yet. Or I know that that's a plot point, but I don't know what happens in 2. So keep any thing that you guys, any knowledge that you guys know about 2 under wraps for now, because we will, or I will be starting Great Ace Attorney 2 this Sunday.
Well, I mean, I think they're referring to the end of Case 5 of the first game, right?
Okay, yeah. Oh, I just assumed that, like, because, like, you know, the ending of the first game, like, talks,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I assume that that's what the startup for 2 is.
Guess you have to find out.
Yeah. He was a theater major for. Wait, Ryunosuke was a theater major first?
I don't remember hearing that, but it's been a while.
Oh my god, if he was, then I absolutely. Oh, Phoenix was.
Oh yeah, Phoenix was a theater major. Yes, I remember that.
Was he?
Well, you don't find that out until like the 3rd game, but.
Oh my god, I absolutely would not have had a crush on Phoenix then. I'm sorry, I can't. Theater majors, as a theater majors are so annoying. All right, let's go to the next page then. Oh, this is so cute. I started off with a stoic university student uniform befitting the period, but I didn't want it to be too generic. So I altered the cut of the back and the sleeves and added some details to suit the Japan in the world of the Great Ace Attorney. The buttons on the back accentuate and draw the jacket and to create a smart, svelte lines, and also to show his really snatched waist.
It's a really nice back design. It's a shame we don't see it as often. But...
Yeah, the little emblem on the back too, on the top near the, you know, where his back is. I do like that.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, not so much in video games, but like just in general, creators like don't always think about the backs of their characters, and it becomes so important when if you're playing a video game, because often your main character, if you're playing with like a third-person perspective, you're looking at the back of your character, right? And that's something you see more often than the front sometimes too.
I think the little emblem on the back of his uniform, it's a symbol for good luck. Oh! Do you appreciate his little fruity hip hop during the summation examination? I appreciate everything about this man. I am so in love with him. You know, he's married to Kazuma, but I'm married to both of them. This is really cute. Also, I feel like in this particular illustration, because like, in most of the like, you know, way that he's depicted, like, you know, they really make him look young and like just very like fresh-faced and whatnot. But in this profile, like, he looks a lot more mature, and that is...
His eyes look very determined.
Yeah, I love that. I really do like that. He looks really... obviously, he looks really handsome. I'm going to be saying that a lot. But also, what I really like about the art direction, at least with Kazuya Nuri's art style, is... This is just me being, like, simping. But I really like the way that he draws noses. I think Ryunosuke has a really cute nose.
It is very nice. And I do appreciate Kazuya Nuri and like the Ace Attorney series in general. Like a lot of the character designs are very iconic, but they're not like overly complex.
Yeah.
Right? Like you can still break it down into simple shapes. I think that's a great mark of a great character design.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to add too many extra bits and bobs. Also, it's very annoying for fan artists when you do that. But if you can make the character stand out with just, you know, not overdoing it, it's a really nice design.
I think we actually see drafts of what his hairstyles could have been, so we can talk more about that when we get there.
Yeah, yeah.
This picture was drawn as a reference to Ryunosuke's principal in court camera angle. You know, obviously the one that we see like for 90% of the game. He has a sword drawn because, well, I just wanted to see what it looks like. I love that honesty. Once again, I really do like, obviously resolve is the key word for the second game, but you know, he does have that strong resolve in this portrait, which is just really nice because, you know, obviously in the first game, it's a lot more of him bumbling and finding his way through.
I'll say too, like while we're on this picture of him, because he has the katana sheath, right?
Yeah.
And you can see the red cloth from it, right?
Yeah.
So leading up to the release of the first game, of course, they were already showing off the characters, right? Like Kazuma and Ryunosuke. They couldn't really hide the fact that he had a katana with the red cloth billowing from it, right? So like immediately everyone was always like, oh, we all know that mentor figures in Ace Attorney never last long, so Kazuma must have Mia Fey syndrome. Like, even before, like, way before the first game even came out, people were already saying that.
Yeah, that was, so when I was first playing it, because like, you know, I was like, okay, there's gonna be some sort of connections and whatnot. For some reason, maybe it's because, you know, they get shipped together, but I was like, okay, so Ryunosuke is obviously Phoenix, and Kazuma is Edgeworth. And then I didn't realize, no, actually, the real connection is supposed to be Mia.
Well, the interesting thing, too, is that Kazuma does say the name of his katana, right?
Mm-hmm.
He calls it Karma.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is karma, which is a reference to...
Von Karma.
Von Karma, right?
Oh my god!
Hello, Kieran. Calling Kieran. Kieran, are you there? Kieran! Kieran! Kieran!
Oh my god! That's really, wow. That's a really good tidbit of trivia. Kieran, when you do finish these games, you should follow Nuri's Twitter. His Asaru art is, wait. He draws, are you just talking like, oh, here's this art piece of a Kazuma and Ryunosuke, and they're definitely just really good friends? Or does he actually draw like, you know, borderline shippy art? You know,
no, I wouldn't say he draws borderline shippy art, but it's definitely like very bro friendship type of, you know.
And then you could just use your rose-colored lenses to see it a different way.
Yeah, we'll put on your rose-colored lenses and
they were roommates.
They were roommates. Yes. And on that other note about Von Karma, since we're talking about it too.
Yes.
They talk a lot about how when they named Von Karma, like, obviously, I mean, Karma kind of suits his story because he kind of gets what he deserves, but they picked the name Karma just because they thought it sounded cool. Like, they just really liked the way it sounded. They're like, oh, it sounds so cool. Let's put Karma in his name.
Is his name in Japanese also Karma?
Yeah, or Von Karma, right?
So it's still, because I know that, like, obviously a lot of the names, like, were, like, a pun in Japanese, and then they, like, you know, localized it to be a pun in English. But is his name in Japanese actually still, like, Von Karma?
It is, yeah.
Interesting.
And again, they just picked it purely because they thought it sounded cool.
I see. That was interesting. Oh my god, this is really cute. This is Ryunosuke's traveling to Britain outfit. I included the school cap and cape as they lend an obvious period air, being so different to modern clothing. This, this is very, because this is supposed to be Meiji era, yeah. It almost reminds me of, like, oh god, my weeaboo is coming out. It looks like, if you guys have played Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Raido Kuzunoha.
Yeah.
Here, he literally looks like Raido because of the hairstyle and all that, but
he really does. And of course, Raido has that outfit, right?
Yeah,
so...
I really enjoyed this game, so I really enjoyed this outfit. It's really cute. Once again, handsome. Okay, so
here we go.
These sketches are from the very first proposals. No scenarios had been written at the time, so I had Ryunosuke younger than he ended up, and his hairstyle was... Oh! 1 second. Casey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. I hope you guys are all doing good. Hello. If you guys are new here, nice to meet you guys. My name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber as well as a voice actor for video games, anime, and animation, including Fire Emblem, Genshin Impact, and BL, like the Titan's Pride. I got an ad. Oh no. Nice voice. Thank you. Thank you so much for following, Nikki. I really appreciate it. I'm joined with my friend Kiro Style here. We're currently just going over the artworks for the Great Ace Attorney, and checking out all the different commentary and talking about our thoughts about the characters. So if you guys want to stick around, I'd love to have you guys, but if you guys need to head out, I completely understand. Thank you guys so much as well. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Hey.
Yeah. And really quickly, while we were waiting, let me go ahead and just give Casey a little shout out, so that you guys can see what they were up to. Oh, you guys were playing Raft. I've
only ever
never
seen
played
set
it,
as
but I
the
hear that's
idle
also a really good
animation, and
collab
you
game.
can hear that my idle animation is motion.
Yeah, so this clip is really good because if you guys are interested
so,
in
like,
VTubing and
technically,
whatnot,
I'm crying at all
and you guys are looking for someone that can
Which
do
is
art
correct.
or that can do rigging for VTubing, Casey is a illustrator as well as a live 2D rigger. And they do a lot of streams where they, do the artwork or do the rigging for some people that commission them for models and whatnot. So if you guys are also interested in becoming VTubers, definitely please check out Casey and, especially if they have commissions open because their work is really, really top notch.
Pog!
Yeah, Pog! All right, so, oh yeah, so we're talking about Ryunosuke's initial designs. I'm just gonna say it. If we got the one on the left, he would probably be my #1 Husbando of all time. Or even this one down here.
Because he would look like your other #1 husband of all time.
Exactly. Tsutsuto Tsunpachi. Oh yeah, no, him having the suit like this definitely makes him look older.
Yeah, yeah.
I think as much as handsome as I think it is, like he looks like a completely different character just because he does not look like a university student,
Maybe this could be like time skip for Ryunosuke.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Surprise or spoiler alert for next week, but I will be doing a Constellations and I write a fan fiction stream. So if you guys wanna write a fan fiction about me and time skip Ryunosuke, I'll leave that to you. Unless you guys want to ruin it and absolutely write something that I would hate, No problem. Take care, Casey. But yeah, we'll talk more about that next Friday.
Kieran is the defendant and Ryunosuke has to defend him.
Oh, what would my crime be? No, wait.
Crime of simping too much.
No, I'm not letting. Don't give him ideas.
Guilty.
Don't give him ideas.
Guilty.
Defending D's nuts. Oh, you got me. The time travel to 19. We'll talk about this more on Friday. But yeah, just so you guys can know ahead of time. If you guys are available on 7 p.m. next Friday, we'll be doing a fanfiction writing stream. But it doesn't have to be about Ace Attorney. It can be about whatever we want it to be, and it doesn't even have to involve me. Vampire Zach, thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations. I feel like this specific design, he looks more like a high schooler than he does than a college student. So I'm glad that
he does look very young. Yeah,
I feel like he looks too young here, in my opinion.
He looks like he could be from Danganronpa or something like that.
Stop! What do they say in that game? No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think the final, as much as I love this older design, I do think the design that they settled on, it really is a perfect balance of what this character, what really encapsulates the spirit of this character.
Yeah.
Oh, here's more of the drafts of this hairstyle. Male hairstyles during the period. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll just have you read all the next one then. Male hairstyles during the period Meiji Japan were nowhere near as diverse as they are today. They were either cropped short, side-parted, or swept back. I wrestled with various options to create something that was realistic and faithful to the period and to Ryunosuke's personality, while still being suggestive of his descendants' manga-style hair. So here we have, the first draft one. Where's with the cap?
Who is this man?
This one with the glasses, he looks like he would belong in... I don't know, maybe I kind of thought 999, but I don't really think 999.
Yeah, he just looks like he's from an anime.
Yeah, maybe Danganronpa. These ones here, obviously this one looks like it went to Kazuma at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
But these ones, the one on the right definitely looks like he'd belong in Digimon. This one here.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what it would be.
Yeah, because of the angular, the sharp, pointed
sharp,
end.
Yeah.
The one with the ponytail though, it kind of reminds me of he would look like he'd belong in Fire Emblem Fates and Hoshido.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do really think that the final design was a perfect balance for him.
Agreed.
Oh, this is so cute!
Look at his little chubby face.
Yeah! I remember drawing these sketches as a way to distract myself. Me too. When I was stuck on the hairstyle, it turns out they came in useful for explaining how the game works in the game proposal documents. Yeah, these aren't used in the game, huh? Like this chibi style?
Yeah.
Squish. I want to squish him too. Microorganism. These are cute. Whilst the overall character design is reasonably uncomplicated, that was the point that you brought up. I was conscious that I wanted to convey the unique qualities of this game's world by paying extra attention to the fine details. Every accessory and adornment has personal significance to the character, which is an idea that I hope players will use their imaginations to explore. So here we have the sword, Karma. We have the boyfriend's armband, which is pretty much what he's using. It has the same... Is that the same exact badge as Phoenix's, or is it... I can't remember what Phoenix's looks like.
I think it's slightly different, but it's the same, like, motif.
Yeah. Okay, and then we have his school uniform stuff, so we have, like, the buttons, and then the middle one, that's like the proof that he's a lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Or was that proof that he's a student?
Now that you mentioned it out loud, I can't remember now.
Okay, I don't remember, but I think...
That might be his university pin.
Okay, yes, university pin. And then the third one is like, I guess he's in his second year.
Second year, yeah.
Yeah. The middle is his university pin badge. Yes, okay, cool. But yeah. Any additional thoughts about here, or are we good to move on to Susato?
No, I love this. Again, it's like, you know, the overall design, again, reasonably uncomplicated, but then there's like areas of concentrated detail, which is really nice.
Yeah, I agree with your points exactly. The like simple is more, but also having the unique points, but not have it overtake the whole design.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all for Yurinosuke, so I'll have you read all of Susato's then.
Sure. Hello, I'm Kazuya, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene-setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. This is the female lead, Susato Mikotoba.
Kieran hugging the boyfriend. I'm sorry. I really love Susato's design. I really love this like Furisode style like outfit. It screams Yuna Final Fantasy X, and I love that character from that game. But also just like it really also just because she's supposed to be like the Yamato Nadeshiko, right? Like that like ideal Japanese woman sort of character.
Yeah, that was the design idea behind her.
I really like it. She, you know, it makes her look mature. I honestly was so surprised when I found out she's supposed to be 16 because she looks like she would belong in like university with Ryunosuke and Kazuma.
Yeah, like it's, you know, the whole anime thing, but yeah, like she's great.
The boots are really cute. I like that a lot. I love the
It's a nice
floral
detail.
patterns. Yeah. Any additional thoughts about, you know, the base of their design and whatnot?
I think the next additional thoughts are things that he mentions in the next couple
cool.
slides anyways.
I meant just yours, but yeah. Okay.
Oh, the theme for the design was that of a female student who embodied the principles of Yamato Nadeshiko, or personification of the quintessential Japanese woman. So I decided to use the easily identifiable and typically Japanese cherry blossom as the Mikotoba family crest, influencing the pattern of her kimono and hem of the hakama trousers.
This is a really cute portrait. I really enjoy it.
Look at her smile.
Yeah, I love the way that he draws expressions. They're just like, he draws really nice faces.
He does.
Oh wait, there's another statement he made.
Oh, there's another one. The heart of Susato's character is her impeccable upbringing, which I've tried to bring out in various elements of her design, from her posture, facial expressions, and the quality of her kimono.
She is like a really expressive character, yeah.
They did such a good job with like bringing the characters to life with like movement and stuff like that too. You'll see that a lot when they make the transition from Apollo Justice to Dual Destinies. They take advantage of the 3D technology to have like different animations and things that wouldn't be possible with just the 2D ones.
Especially considering that these games were on the 3DS, so you know they could have very easily have been very stiff and very like difficult to work with. I think because it was on the 3DS, your thought about the simple design actually helped it a lot. Because if like, you know, these characters had extremely complex designs and like a lot of polygons and whatnot, they would have just looked really choppy on the 3DS. And then in turn, like with these games, the quality would look even lesser because it's just like a high res choppy quality model.
Yeah, exactly. And this game came after Dual Destinies and Leighton vs. Wright, so those were kind of their first forays into the 3D. So by this game's point, they did kind of not to say perfected it, but it's definitely a bit more polished, I think, than those first couple 3D entries. And in fact, in Resolve, one of the characters is the first character to get actual motion capturing in the Ace Attorney series.
Really?
Because of how expressive they did it. They needed a motion capture for some of them.
And his name was Natsume Soseki. I wish. Interesting. Oh my gosh. This only makes me wish more for a leg ejection. This only makes me wish more for a new Ace Attorney game, just to see like stylistically where they take it, because it's like,
yeah, I would love to see that too.
Yeah.
Like I didn't realize how old Spirit of Justice is, right?
What year was Spirit of Justice now?
What was it like?
Spirit of Justice 2016. Yeah.
Dang, that's even older than I thought.
Yeah.
Like I remember it coming out, but it didn't feel like it was that long ago. But
it's like, I was talking about this when it came to Tales. It's like, you know, the style of models for Tales between like Abyss and Vesperia and Dawn of the New World and whatnot, and then you get to Exilia, where like they completely elongated the characters and like it looks like an almost different style, but it's kind of like what the series has now. So it's like, I wonder if like the if they were to make a new Ace Attorney game now, would the style be the same as like the Great Ace Attorney, or would they like, you know, try to like even add more details to the character models now that the Switch can handle it more? Or
yeah, that's a great question too, especially because Nintendo has kind of stopped doing, you know, home console and handheld console. Now they just have one console, right? Which changes a lot of that kind of direction. Also, to answer your question, Relix, it was not Shomes or Soseki. It's actually a character that appears in the second game.
So I haven't met them yet.
So you haven't met them yet.
Okay.
But maybe I'll point it out when you get to that part. But you can, it'll make sense when you see it. You'll be like, oh, that makes so much sense.
So you'll stop by every single Great Ace Attorney 2 stream out? No, I'm just kidding.
Always, Kieran.
Ah! Okay, I'm delusional and I want a Great Ace Attorney Investigations game. Interesting. I won't ask who yet, just because, you know, apparently there's characters I haven't met yet.
I designed Susato's wrap to complement Ryunosuke's traveling clothes. Knowing it would only appear in the anime cutscene, I decided to keep the design overwhelmingly simple with the exception of the clasp.
I was gonna say, I remember this in the cutscene because I edited her out for a thumbnail so I could put myself in her position. That's really cute. She gets like a little pashmina with the little Sakura.
Yeah, it's so cute.
I was also very surprised at how, I mean, I guess, every chapter didn't get an anime cutscene, right? I feel like only some of them. But I don't know. I guess because I was looking at the anime cutscenes and looking at them now. Yeah.
In the fourth case, there was not an anime cutscene.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think there's one of them that didn't have one. But
yeah, they just have the opening like her Sherlock Holmes cutscene, right?
Yeah. God, this only makes me wish that Great Ace Attorney got an anime now. Wasn't it the one to Baker Street in 1-3? Yeah, it's 1-4. I don't remember now.
Oh yeah, you're right. They go to Baker Street in 4, right? Because they haven't been there yet. So technically, I guess there is an anime cutscene in 4, but it's not part of the case, I guess.
Yeah, I was hoping we could review those cutscenes, but they're actually not in the gallery for some reason.
Are they not?
They're not.
I could have sworn that they are.
I remember because I specifically wanted to take more screenshots, you know, for thumbnail purposes. Only for thumbnail purposes. And I couldn't. I had to reload a save that had the, like, I could still load the anime cutscene.
Yeah. I wanted Susato's hair to be styled appropriately for the period, whilst at the same time being a little out of the ordinary. I ended up with something that looks relatively simple in silhouette, but is actually quite complicated. This frontal portrait was drawn while the kimono pattern was being finalized. I tried a great many different designs before arriving at the final one, in order to find a pattern that didn't draw excessive attention.
I like it. It's like, I would assume it's very of the time. I don't know how accurate it is to the time, but like, you know, it captures that like sort of, because obviously she's supposed to be like the Maya, and Maya has that little top knot, and Susato has like the little like, I guess where the hair ties up, it ends up becoming like a top knot shape.
Yeah, I can't remember I bet he says it in like the next slide or something like that.
Yeah.
But he talks about how her hair is actually like impossible to pull off in real life, the way
really?
he's drawn it. And he knows that, but that was kind of part of her design.
Let's see if he says that. Oh, okay, no. Oh, but this is really cute too. But
Oh,
it
that's
does make
cute.
her look a lot younger.
This is an early proposal sketch when it wasn't clear how folksy to make Susato. Later, in parallel with Mr. Takumi's scenario development, I got a better feel for her character and softened her into a refined young lady.
Yeah, something like this, I feel like, no offense to Iris, but I would have liked Iris to like be a little bit like, this character looks a lot older. It looks a little bit older than what the Iris we have right now.
Yes.
And I don't know, maybe it's just because like Iris was too young for like my like, but
I did have a lot of friends that also said the same thing. Like when the game first came out, and they were like, "Here's Sherlock Holmes, and this is his Watson, a tiny little girl," and everyone was kind of like, "Oh, but I don't really like characters like that, so maybe I don't like." Like a lot of my friends even like said they might pass on the game because of that specifically. And I was like, no, it's really good actually. And then we find out from the first case that there is like, you know, another Wilson, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, no, honestly, I think this is just another testament to like Susato's maturity in the sense of like, this character, like if you look at her, like I would be like, yeah, she is 16. But then you look at the like final Susato, and it's like, yeah, there are aspects that make her look young, but like, you know, I would have just thought she was a mature, older character.
Right. This image was drawn to help with the anime creation. Anime cutscenes form bridges between various scenarios in the game, so it's vitally important to avoid any discrepancy between the renderings of the characters.
Yeah, it's... I don't know, I don't think I have any thoughts. I think that, yeah, it just makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, yeah.
All right, thank you so much for the care package, Vivi Atelier. I want to leave this one to Kira. I want to see if you remember what my stretching routine is.
Okay, everyone. Let's all take a group stretch together. Please get out of your seats and stand up. And slowly twist your body to the left. And slowly twist it to the right. Now, stand up straight and roll your right shoulder back. And then roll your left shoulder back. And stretch your neck. Take a deep breath in. And take a deep breath out. And drink some water.
Thank you. You sound like, have you played Ring Fit?
Oh, yeah.
You sound like the Ring Fit stretching person.
Good.
Spaceboy Solar, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. I really appreciate it.
It's always my intention not to interfere with the anime artists and their work, but sometimes minor corrections are required. It's a constant dilemma for me.
Were the anime cutscenes 2D, or were they... Because sometimes it looked like they were 3D, but like, you know, they just tried to like do 2D as possible. Like, it felt like some of the motions made it look like they were 3D models that were being animated. Do you know?
I don't know if they said specifically. I wouldn't be surprised if they took advantage of the 3D models to help them in making it, but I'm pretty sure they were mostly 2D.
Okay, yeah. This expression makes me like, oh no, Susato, who hurt you? But she is like, it's interesting that like something like this, like it's not like a huge big expression like something that maybe the Herlock would have, but it's still very much like a, oh, like there is a message that is being shown through this character.
Yeah, she's not doing the YouTuber thumbnail expression, right? You'll never guess what happened during this trial. Watch the video and find out.
Oh no.
Also factoring into Susato's design was how she would appear alongside Ryunosuke. In the end, I think that the contrast in conduct and bearing between the two helps to establish her as a memorable female lead.
And he was 1,000,000% right. I really enjoy her. This is so cute. They're looking at us like they're proud of us.
Yeah. That's another thing too, like when you're designing characters, not just looking at the characters in isolation, but how they appear next to other characters.
For sure.
And especially if they're main characters, right? You want their color palettes to complement each other, but not perhaps be the same thing as well. Or like the shapes. Like here he highlights the spikes in Ryunosuke's hair and the way it goes, and then like the way her hair kind of goes instead, like the way it leads your eyes.
I think
it's something that you don't always get if some games or like some like indie projects or just artists drawing on Twitter, if they have characters together, they may oh, I just like all these characteristics, so I slap them onto one character. Oh, I slap these onto another character, put them together, and you can kind of tell they were designed in isolation from each other, right? Or in gacha games where they have different artists design different characters, sometimes it doesn't always come together in the way that they want.
Yeah, I think especially between these two, like the first thing I think of when it comes to the contrast between them, like Ryunosuke obviously with his hair, like it's very sharp and very angular, but then it also made me realize that Susato, her hair is a lot more rounded out, and like the overall shapes in general then make me think like, oh, Ryunosuke in general is just like very like sharp and very like the way that he acts is very much like one end to one end to one end, and then Susato, it's more of like a I'm gonna start here and then I'm gonna build up and then I'm gonna end up here, rather than like a sharp change of expression and whatnot.
Yeah. And again, like the designs here like look rather simple, but they convey so much.
That's why I love Nuri's game cover arts. He has a great balance and sense of dynamics when drawing full cast pictures. Yeah,
he's so good at group dynamic compositions.
I think there's some box art that we can look at the end as well.
Yeah, like he did the box art for both the games, plus the Chronicles, and then the art book covers as well. Like they're really good. Or he also did like an anniversary one, and like they were really nice. Like
I have to get my hands on it. Oh my god. Do you know, because I know the original character designer was Kumiko Suekane for the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Do you know when Nuri took over?
I don't know off the top of my head.
But it was still mid Phoenix Wright, right?
I think so. Like he's been involved for a while, but he wasn't like the main character designer for a bit.
Well, if anyone like has the knowledge of that, feel free to let us know. But as far as I know, I just know that like Suekane specifically like was only involved in the first 3.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find it on his Wikipedia page.
Yeah, he took over starting from 4. Okay, so then that would be Apollo, right?
Yeah.
He for sure worked on
you can
Dual
kind of
Destinies
see
and
it.
Spirit of
You
Justice.
can kind of see it in the designs.
For sure. All right, cool. Oh, all right, so then for here, we'll just do one and the other.
Sure.
Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character designs and scene-setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Here we have the great detective himself, Sherlock Holmes, but how was I going to come up with a design to satisfy the requested unique take on the classic detective? Right out the gate, let's just get out of the way. Yeah, he's handsome. I also think, going off that last point about like the detailing and how the characters can like mesh together well, I think Sherlock kind of also rounds out with Ryunosuke in the sense that Sherlock is also a little bit more rounded. Like his hair, is fluffy, and like his outfit, like his coat, like it's not too sharp, and obviously it's very British.
I like how like his clothes are also rather, comparatively to the other characters, it's on the lighter color side. Even though it's like brown, which is a darker color, but it's like a lighter shade that almost brings it closer to like a yellowish kind of warmer tone, which is also different than usual depictions of Sherlock Holmes, right?
You're right, because you would have like a black coat, right? Or like
or like a dark green or like something like that, right?
You're so
But you can still tell
right.
it. But you can still tell it's him, because the deerstalker and the pipe and all the shape of it.
Oh my god, yeah, you're so right. Because I was gonna say, I think what really like, it's sort of like just Nuri's style in general. It reminds me a lot of Hidari's art style in the sense that like they both use like very like earthy tones when it comes to like their designs. Like especially you can see it here with Sherlock for sure. Like the brown of the coat, like when it comes with like blended when in complement with his skin tone, like he just looks like a very like earth filtered character almost.
Yeah, it makes me think of like Tales of the Abyss. Like the entire color palette for the Tales of the Abyss cast is very earthy and it looks really nice. It brings a sense of like unity. Even though you have characters like Jade who wears mostly like a blue, which is a brighter color.
But it's like
then you still have his hair and like it's like a turquoisey, and you still have his hair and then like the highlights on his shirt and stuff like that to still bring him in together with the rest of the crew.
For sure, yeah. That's definitely a note that I had in mind with actually in regards of Abyss as well, but especially like now that we're looking at the art for this game in particular.
Yeah, because like I was also comparing it. If you think of like Tales of Graces, all the characters are very
Bright.
blue, very like white, very bright.
Yeah.
Right, and I definitely feel like gravitate more towards Tales of the Abyss art style more. It just looks really good to me.
For sure. That also is like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys know, but Hidari is my favorite illustrator. So like the fact that like Nuri's style like reminds me a little bit of theirs, of Hidari's, I really like it. I really like it a lot.
Yeah. To begin with, I brought some steampunk elements to the Victorian era character. Then I tried to create a stylish arrangement of various period elements and some iconic characteristics of the original that I wanted to preserve. Sholm's personal crest combines a cogwheel motif of his consulting detective business and the simple flower design of Iris's crest. The cogwheel symbolizes the Industrial Revolution taking place in Britain at the time. There are also overtones of the relationship between Sholmes and Iris in the motif, with Iris, the flower, at the center, being protected by Sholmes, the cogwheel, around the outside.
Wasabi brings up a great point. There's also that connection because Susato's motif has flowers too, and then Sholmes and Iris have this flower motif as well.
Very interesting note. I wonder if that will come up.
Oh my god, stop! I want to play it too so bad! Once again, it's a handsome portrait, but I also noticed when it comes to eyes, Nuri is very simple with the like stylization, because you know, like there are some games or some character designs where like they'll add a bunch of sparkle effects or a bunch of detailing and whatnot, but Nuri's is very simple because when I look at the eyes for this illustration, they look very much just like the eyes for the models, and I think that just translates really well.
Yeah.
Other than that, handsome man. I was careful to preserve the essential features of the great detective, such as the deerstalker and the pipe, arranging them into a character that would be instantly recognizable to all. Oh, his little baggie. It's cute.
I totally forgot his bag has like a printer in the bottom.
Oh, it does? That's so funny.
I think he uses it in the second case.
It's been a while.
When he's like in the cutscene where he's like taking pictures or like whatever of Kazuma, and then he like pulls out a paper from the bottom of his bag.
That's so funny. Why is the bag hiding his cake? It's not the bag. his coat is long and it would be hiding it too. Handsome. The bag is his cake. So wait, we have the... Are these... This isn't the same as Iris's, right? These were... Oh, were these the ones to identify blood? Or what were these vials used for again?
I think it was the blood one, but I think he just uses it in like any cutscene where he's like spraying something with one of his inventions in general.
Got it. What would Sholmes' favorite cake be? Ooh. What's a very British cake? Like sponge
Elementary.
cake? Elementary cake. You know it's cake, no. Victorian sponge cake. I feel like Sholmes would like... No, I feel like Iris would like enjoy ladyfingers with tea.
He would like mystery cake.
Like you don't know what the flavor is?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I'm trying to make a pun, but I can't come up with one.
I'll take it.
Oh, Sholmes' equipment is an exception to the rule in that it consists of technology belonging to a much more modern era than the game's setting, and takes in fantasy elements from the world of the Great Ace Attorney.
Oh, you can keep reading all this.
Oh, the gun Sholmes makes use of his investigations is a percussion revolver that could actually be employed as a regular firearm. Oh, interesting. The idea is to juxtapose that with Ryunosuke's Japanese katana sword, thereby highlighting a significant difference between the Japanese and European cultures of the day.
Yeah, you see that a lot in like media, like especially with this sort of like era when Japan is like branching out and you know, interacting with the West. Like you'll see like the Japanese character has the katana and the Western character has the gun.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually wears boots. Interesting.
That's an interesting detail.
Herlock is packing. Shut up. Oh, wait. The pipe also can be part of his gun?
I guess.
Yeah, it says attachment parts.
Is it like a silencer or something?
His pipe is a silencer? That'd be funny. Oh, the flower emblem is on the gun.
Yeah. Even the shape of the revolver part is almost cogwheel shaped.
Oh my god! Oh my god, they really took a lot of attention to the designs for these characters. I like it. Oh, when Sholmes' goggles are turned on, the shape in the center of each eyepiece lights up and rotates. It's supposed to conjure the idea of a lens attachment on a camera to complement the detective's investigations. So we have here... Oh, the flower pattern.
I do like that when he puts on his goggles, you can tell when they're on because it switches to the flower pattern.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool detail.
It was allowed for military and government personnel, but Kazuma and Bike Center Inosuke are breaking the law. It wouldn't officially be allowed.
I think Kazuma even says that in the first episode.
Yeah.
But he's like, I got special permission because I'm a protagonist.
Oh, man, something about the way that Nuri draws profiles, like, they look really handsome.
They do. Without, like, what I would say, they don't have, like, the classical anime proportions. They're a little bit more semi-realistic, but they look really good.
Man, I really like his art style a lot. Herlock has a nice jawline. Yeah, I think they really emphasize, they give him, like, the anime, like, not Dorito chin, but, like, sharp, like, lined masculine chin. Oh, so here we can see his hair.
This is Sholmes' indoor attire. Since I assumed he wouldn't be comfortable relaxing at home whilst wearing all his detective's paraphernalia, his hair is styled as wisps of smoke to complement his indispensable pipe.
That's why he has curly hair?
Although the usual portrayal of Sholmes is of a man with black hair, I wanted to give him a different color to provide some variety next to the hair of Ryunosuke and the other Japanese characters.
That is interesting that because in BBC Sherlock, Benjamin Cumberbatch has black hair for the character, but in general...
I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person. Almost all of my friends that played this game too. The first time you see Sherlock in this outfit, like, you have a split second of like, wait, who's that? Oh, like, because he doesn't have a lot of his essential, like, accessories and colors because he completely took off his jacket and his hat.
I can kind of get the sense of Sholmes here. I just think my point was, like, it's interesting that, like, because he's British and most British people the dominant hair color for British people is like blonde, right? I don't remember, but I just thought, like, yeah, this is very much like he's the British character. But it does make sense that because if he had black hair, then everyone in at least 3 out of the 4 of the main, quartet would be, then it would make Iris look especially just out of place.
Yes, exactly. They would have to give her a different hair color to adjust for that, I think.
Blonde brunette. Got it. The universal, oh wow, that vest Sholmes experience. Yeah, no, I thought it was cute that he had 2 outfits. But because it's like with Ryunosuke and with Susato, it's like, oh, they'll have like a little cape to go with their regular outfits, but it's almost as if Sholmes just has 2 outfits.
Yeah.
Ironically, if all 3 of them had black hair, Iris would look like the anime protagonist. I love this version of Sherlock Holmes, hands down. I mean, it's hot anime Sherlock Holmes. What more can you ask for? Oh, this expression is so funny. This is a sketch I did for the initial proposal document. The image of Sholmes in the midst of analyzing evidence played a crucial part in portraying the souped-up role forensic investigation was to play in this game. The actual character design was still not fixed at this stage, even though the general direction had been decided already. Once again, his nose just looks so like... I said earlier in my playthrough, they all have boopable noses.
I think another reason why I really like the Great Ace Attorney, and I mean, this is kind of common amongst which games I like in the Ace Attorney series the most, is I like the ones that don't have too much of the magic mumbo jumbo stuff. Like I like it when it feels a little bit more grounded in reality, and this game kind of does the most of that. Even though there's like, you know, of course the forensics that is not invented at the time, it is a lot more logical without the spirit mediums and all that stuff, which I like sometimes, but overall I prefer without.
So you're saying you absolutely enjoyed Spirit of Justice then?
Well, the Spirit of Justice was actually, I mean, I don't want to tell you anything about it, but I went into it with the feeling of, oh, spirit mediums, and then came out going, wow.
Okay, I guess I'll have to look forward to it in 2026.
Like, I guess I'll say I don't feel enthusiastic about it, but when they use it as a really clever plot point, then it's like, oh,
Oh man, interest. This only makes it. I wish I could finish all the games in a week, and I also wish I could just wipe my memory every time I finish a game.
Just beam it all into your brain. This is a very early proposed sketch. It was supposed to portray a somewhat dark London with heavy steampunk influences. In the end, the Sholmesness was too diluted, so the design was scrapped. I subsequently settled on the game Sholmes as a man whose striking appearance is only diminished by the striking erroneousness of his transcendent deductions.
This definitely, or at least I just see the black hair and the blue eyes. I just think Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock Holmes. Oh, whoops.
He kind of looks like Willy Wonka.
Oh no! Not my hot anime Willy Wonka. Oh my goodness gracious! Lace.
Hey, Lace.
Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you guys are all doing good. Obviously, you guys are all friends of Kiro here. Oh, thank you so much for following. If you guys are new here, nice to meet you guys. My name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber, as well as a voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys play Fire Emblem, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. If you guys play Genshin Impact, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaedehara Yoshinori. And if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I play Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. Welcome in, Lace. I've seen you a lot on Kiro's streams. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Let's go ahead and see what you were doing. Hold on.
Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Lace.
Yeah.
Looks like childlike. I mean, just look at them, Lazarian. These are literally little girls. Ah, my gosh. Why are you... Why?
Oh, yes,
oh my gosh, that's... Where are they going? That was completely target to my to my crotch.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid, Lace. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Undertale. I really enjoyed it, so I hope you did too. Kaya, yeah, Kaya's my favorite baby girl, that's for sure. But yeah, if you guys need to head out, I completely understand. But if you want to stick around, Kiro and I are just going over the art for the Great Ace Attorney and going over the character designs and talking about our thoughts about the characters so far. But yeah, I'll never get over your Willy Wonka comment. Oh my god.
It looks like Willy Wonka.
This iris also looks very different.
Yes, very.
Oh, we're at Iris now. Okay, cool. Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character designs and scene-setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney adventures. Here we have Iris Wilson, whose character was developed for the basic idea of a child genius. We were talking about this earlier. At first I was a little hesitant just because like I feel like she was too young to like fit into the like what I would have wanted for the game. But you know, obviously they balanced that out by giving her like a very like, for the most part, mature personality while still having the aspects of like, oh, you know, I miss my daddy and all that stuff like that. She ended up being a lot more enjoyable than I thought she would be.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I went in the game without too much of an opinion of her, but she was a great character. I mean, all the characters are written so well.
I think my only thing is I was very surprised at how late she became relevant. And I guess it doesn't help the fact that, like, you know, the first two really don't take place in London. But even with the third case, I thought she was immediately going to be, like, you know, part of the crew and help out. But, like, she really doesn't show up until the end of the third case.
Yeah, and I think, again, the reason why, I mean, which is nice because, again, they spread the game out across 5 episodes, is because the third case was more to introduce Van Zieks.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like, well, we don't want to introduce too many new characters at the same time. So But it really feels like, even if you just play the first game, it feels like she's with you for so much of it. But you think back and you're like, no, wait, she's not.
Yeah, no, I would say overall, like, especially because, oh god, the fifth trial, you know, I was really absolutely heartbroken that Susato, like, was not the assistant for that trial, but Iris ended up being, like, a really nice, because obviously Susato counterbalances Ryunosuke, where they're, like, you know, with Ryunosuke being very, like, I can't, like, left field, right field, always having intense emotions, and Susato kind of, like, reeling him in. But I feel like the way that Iris rails Ryunosuke in is different than how Susato does it, because with Susato, over the course of it, like, you know, she's been with them since the beginning, but with Iris, Ryunosuke kind of, like, has had a little bit more experience, and Iris doesn't need to be the one to pull him back. Ryunosuke kind of, like, handles it, but Iris, you know, keeps his head on his shoulders.
Yeah, and even the way that she provides advice is different from Susato's. Like, Susato's is more, you know, from a legal standpoint, the advice she gives Ryunosuke on what to do, but Iris's is more from, like, a scientific one, more like a logical, like, let me deduce this with some reasoning type of thing, you know?
Yeah, no, I really liked it. I think all four characters, like, it's not like one character needed to be removed. I think they all balance each other out really well, and they all have different strengths and weaknesses. The outfit wise, you know, it's cute. It's definitely like here's the steampunk character, or like here's like we are introducing a steampunk aesthetic.
Yeah.
I also thought it was interesting that you know, the Watson for this game is this character and not, like, you know, Old Man McGee that dies in case number 1. But I'm curious to see how that develops, especially because, you know, we kind of have those crumbs of, like, we can't tell her that we know her father.
Yeah, it's a shame that they had to change her last name, because, I mean, Wilson, I think, is a good enough substitute, but, like, I know a lot of people went into the game, like my friends, that didn't realize that Wilson was Watson, like, because it's not the first thing that comes to mind unless you're looking for it, really.
So for the context for people that don't know, or the people that just joined, yeah, the characters in this game, like, it was Sherlock Holmes and John Watson in the original, but she was still Iris Watson. But the reason why they had to, like, you know, for almost 4 kids the names was because I believe we were talking about this yesterday. It was like the estate of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, like, has like that tight grip on the, like, copyright or rights for the Sherlock Holmes characters, and, like, at the time that this game got localized, it still wasn't public domain yet. So they had to, like, you know, basically, you know, Sherlock Holmes and Iris Wilson. But yeah. This is that they waited. If they waited 1 year, they could have kept the names. Yeah, well, you know,
I guess it'd be closer to 2 years or 1.5, I guess, but
I'm just happy we got the games in general.
Yeah, and I think, like, everyone going into them knows, right? Like,
yeah,
for the most part.
But yeah.
Iris brings together a number of rather eccentric elements of the game world in a subtle and controlled way. At first glance, her hair appears to be tied up in a cute style that combines elements of ribbons, bows, and hearts. But in fact, her fringe follows a golden spiral, a logarithmic curve based on the golden ratio.
Wait, what?
Like, if you look at her front, you might, if you flip back to the previous slide, like, her front hair curves in, there's like curl in the center of her forehead.
Oh my god!
What appears to be ribbons of her hair tied in a bow from front to back are revealed from behind to be a Mobius strip, a type of surface with intersecting topological properties signifying Iris's infinite possibilities. So a number of secret mathematical curiosities have been deliberately hidden in this young child genius's innocent appearance.
Oh my god, Kazuya Nuri! Oh, I didn't pay attention to the backpack. That's cute.
That's not her backpack that she uses in the final game,
okay, that's a draft.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a draft. It's cute.
I decided to make use of a flower plant motif in Iris's character design. This was partly inspired by the long history that the use of herbs and plant aromas has in Britain, but also because the idea of blending herbal teas fits naturally with Sholmes' chemistry-based investigative techniques. The goggles, gun, and knapsack are a set that matches Sholmes' accoutrement. The goggles in particular were part of the initial design and have always intended not to just be a cute addition, but to lend a dubious air to Iris's appearance, to make people think there's more to her than meets the eye. Oh, the guns.
I love how, like, when she first gets introduced to you, the first thing she does is pull out like a giant gun.
Yeah, it's funny. I also just noticed that her goggles have a little heart that connects the two lenses.
That's so cute.
That's really cute. Yeah, I like this design.
Iris and Shom's inventions are, as a rule, far more advanced than the science and technology of the era in which the game is set. The thermos flask would have been considered a magical bottle at the time, but in the game's late Victorian setting, Iris and Shomes have already developed one and make use of it in their everyday lives.
Oh, because of like retaining the temperature of the liquids.
Yeah. Though technologically advanced, the appearance of their inventions follows the typical style of the era. Iris carries the gun she's developed, the Aroma 1, in her knapsack.
Okay, so this is the finalized backpack.
This is the knapsack, yeah. You can see the little charms on it.
Yeah, so these are the Herlock and the Iris mascots?
Yeah.
That's so cute! And then the thermos where, you know, she uses that to whip Mr. Fish and Chips into shape.
Thank you for the tea.
You do such a good... I've blanked out on his name, but you do such a good voice for him.
Oh, Gregson?
Yeah, Gregson. Oh, they do have one of those. These are the felt doll charms that Iris has attached to her knapsack. They're a bear and hare. Oh! A bear and hare based on Iris and Sholmes and were originally going to be very instrumental in the story. And Sholmes... Oh, okay, so they plan to have these be very important. I gave a great deal of thought to their construction whilst trying to make them as fun as possible. They're a particular favorite of mine.
Yeah, the mascots have little bags of their own. That's so cute.
That's so cute. The bunny Sholmes has such a funny expression.
Right.
Just like the small mouth.
I love how because of these mascots, the game art or like the promotional stuff, they love to do like little 4-comas and cartoons of these mascots.
Oh, did they?
It's such a good move to have mascots of the main characters.
That, for sure. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is her beta. Okay.
This is an illustration from a time when I had Iris in a hat for her out and about clothing. At this stage, her character hadn't been finalized, so I drew her older than in the final game, and with a more ladylike air.
She does look older, but even then, this design still looks younger than the beta Susato. There's also like that. It looks like there's elements of like gothic Lolita almost. Why does this middle one almost look like Rise?
Oh my gosh.
These are cute, but I think she would have looked extremely out of place with this design.
Yeah.
She would have stood out too much. Because even though it's very steampunky, like in my eyes, like it just fits within the world that they live in. But this one would have just been like, she would have looked too different from the rest of the cast.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's cute. Oh, even more different ones.
Yeah, even more. These sketches were done when I was exploring some elements of a magical girl to incorporate into Iris's character design as a way of giving her more punch. She has a much brighter look here than in the previous illustration.
Never mind, these are perfect. They should have put these designs in.
I like the middle bottom one. That's pretty cute.
Oh, the little bonnet?
The bonnet is really cute.
That's really, I do like that one. I also like this one too. This one, a little like buns. I like the ribbon on the lower end of the hair.
That is really nice.
These are cute, but again, they would have just been too out of place with the world that the characters live in. Oh wow, he went through so many different drafts for her. Is this you?
Me or is
yeah,
it you?
I think, is this you or me? I don't remember. Oh no, it was. You can take it.
Okay. This is an illustration I drew when Iris is almost complete. It contains all the key elements that make up her design, although her face is a little more mature than in the final cut. In the end, I gave her a slightly brighter and more bubbly expression and included some additional ladylike touches to produce the young Miss Wilson you all know from the game.
Oh, even then, these three dresses are different because the sleeves have different hoofs and lengths to them. I think it's a really cute design, but I think the final one just fits within the world.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll go to him.
Oh, here we go.
Let me go use the bathroom really fast. Do you need to use the bathroom too, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just BRB in like 2 minutes, and then I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Alrighty, we are back. This is so much fun. It's almost like we're doing like a podcast or something.
I love it. These are like my favorite types of streams.
Yeah, thank you for being down to do this.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, well, you have to start off with this one.
Okay. Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney adventures. Now for Kazuma Sogi.
I guess we'll wait for the thoughts before we talk about him then. The basic theme for Kazuma's design was of a classic young Japanese man. His constantly billowing Hachimaki headband is there to differentiate him from Yunosuke, giving him a more confident and combative energy. There's no doubt that wherever Kazuma is, the winds of change are blowing. Handsome. Honestly, I will say though, when I first was approaching this game, I wasn't that crazy about him. And I think
seeing his headband flutter in motion adds so much to his character.
I was gonna say it's mostly because I wasn't sure how I felt about the hair.
That's fair.
It's grown on me actually. I think especially seeing the 3D model, it looks a lot. It looks nice. But at first I was just like, huh, interesting choice. But after seeing the character and seeing the relationship between him and Ryunosuke, like I do love him a lot. I really do like him.
I love the differences. I mean, this goes back to you saying, you know, Kazuya Nuri is so good at drawing faces. Like the differences between like Kazuma's face and Ryunosuke's face are kind of subtle, but they make such a huge difference. Even just the shape of their like eyes makes such a big difference to their character, right?
Oh no, Kazuma looks way more masculine than Ryunosuke.
Yeah.
Very handsome. Even his hands look more like, not calloused, but they look like they've been through just like a lot, like work.
Look at the details on those knuckles.
Exactly. And it's like, it really shows like his character and like that, like he's been through things. I don't know if Ryunosuke had like delicate hands or not, but I feel like, you know, in general, Ryunosuke looks a little bit more like delicate and softer, and Kazuma is more like hardened and like masculine and mature.
Yeah.
I also didn't notice that he had little, what would you call these, like boot covers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts about like the clothing or the design or anything like that compared to Ryunosuke's?
I do like even his lower body, like the boots, the belt, like a lot of things that we don't see that much of in the game, but they really do add quite a bit to his design too.
Yes.
And I think Kazuya Nuri will talk about it too, but he talks about how like he wanted to combine like East meets West with Kazuma's design with that.
Yeah, okay, when we get to that, we'll talk about that, because I agree. They're called shoe chaps, got it. He's got some yaoi hands on him. I think they're appropriately sized.
Whilst Kazuma clearly has the spirit of a samurai, he's also keenly aware, as a visiting student hopeful, of the shift in cultural attitudes arising from the Meiji Restoration. The addition of the leather gaiters and the sword belt as influences from the Western world highlight the character's social awareness.
Okay.
Gaiters, that's what they're called.
Yeah, okay, so these are... Yeah, because this looks... It does look very Western in design.
Look at that silhouette he strikes from the back.
Oh, he's so handsome. Interesting. So when we brought up that Ryunosuke's jacket had that little charm, and someone said it was for good luck. Kazuma does not have that.
So he has bad luck.
They're perfectly sized for Ryunosuke's waist. You're so right. You're so right. I love that no matter who streams the game, I'm not sure, you know, how what the audience is for our friends that came in from Save Data's raid, but I love that everyone's still just like, yep, Kazuma and Ryunosuke, they got something. They got that. No, I definitely, I can imagine being held by Kazuma's strong arms and his confident attitude. You don't just call a man partner. I mean, don't worry, Save Data feels the same. Then please, next time you see them, please let them know that I'm very grateful that he sent you guys to me, because that's definitely the agenda that I'm trying to instill into everyone here. I desperately wanted to draw Kazuma in the act of drawing his blade, so I included that in the key visual. With the exception of some dramatic finger pointing in court, there's little opportunity in the Ace Attorney series to draw pictures of full, grand, sweeping gestures like this, so I'm always looking for an excuse. And I'm particularly pleased that I could really go to town with a picture of Kazuma at this large scale. Wow.
I do appreciate how every single artwork of Kazuma, especially compared to Ryunosuke, you can see his clothes are a little bit tighter on his body than Ryunosuke's.
Would you like to specify and be more, you know, in detail about what you're trying to point out? Because I'm not too sure if I understand the point you're trying to make.
Look at my VTuber model.
I see. Understood. Learning.
Man of culture.
Yeah, I know. Kazuma's giving him out for free. No, but yeah, even in the artwork, like the billowing of the Hachimaki, honestly, I kind of want to see what he looks like without the headband. I want to see the forehead, you know? Maybe that'll make me just sell him on me even more. Maybe he might even overtake Ryunosuke as my husbando.
You know, I've always of the opinion that, like, the human body form is very nice artistically, whether someone's, like, you know, really in shape or, you know, a little out of shape. Like, when you wear clothes, if you find something that's a little bit more, like, you don't have to wear something skin tight, but if you find something a little bit more conformed to the shape of your body, it comes across a lot nicer. Even a plain t-shirt could look really nice if it's fitted well to you, right? That's why, like, a well-fitted suit looks so good. Or that's why when you see a mannequin in the store and it's wearing clothes, it usually looks better than you, because they put, like, clips on the back of it that pull the shirt back and, you know, accentuate that human figure. Like, that's, you know, the human figure is so nice, and that's why even, like, plain clothes, if they, you know, get something that fits nice, can look really, really good and elevate that extra little bit, right? That's why custom tailoring costs so much.
That's so funny, because in real life, this is like the antithesis to my style, in the sense that I like,
exactly right.
I style up and I get like oversized clothes to like fit that sort of like boyfriend sweater look, which is just really, really funny, because I agree with your points, but it's more like I like them on other people, but I don't see myself in them.
Because it's like, I'd rather just wear something comfy and I don't care, you know.
Yeah.
Throw something on and be comfy and not really give a dang.
But you know what? That was some really good justification on, yes, please have his clothes just hold up his titties. That's why most celebrities get a normal t-shirt, but they tailor it. Oh, interesting, interesting.
That's why it always looks better on them than you.
Oh, wow. This Kazuma is very, very, very different.
These are some sketches I did during a transition phase when we were considering who should have glasses. Eventually settled on that being Satoru Hosonaga, ouchie doesn't count, whose design I was also working on at the time. So Kazuma ended up with just his Hachimaki headband instead, but for a while competition for who would become the bespeckled one was fierce.
Oh my god, this was a point that I wanted to bring up yesterday. I really enjoyed Hosonaga as well. I really
He's
hope,
so sweet.
Yeah, I hope we can see him. I hope, you know, I probably will, but I hope we see him again soon because I was sad that we didn't see him after Case 2 because he was in Case 1.
The poor man has like tuberculosis or something.
Yeah, it was, oh God, he's just so funny.
He's so funny and so nice.
And then like there's like this like, again, Kazunori, great character designer. There's something about him that's handsome, but in a different way to like the other characters, and I just enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Everyone's calling him a nerd, this Kazuma! When I said I want to see him without the headband, this was not what I meant.
Trade it out for some glasses.
This Kazuma almost looks like he would belong in one of those like anime specifically for otaku.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't know how to like politely describe it. Although I guess like the expression for this one makes him look cooler, but like this one definitely belongs, like this one just definitely looks like the like, you know, Milo from Atlantis, really. I can see that. Please don't crucify me. I haven't seen Atlantis.
Gasp.
There's a lot of movies that I haven't seen that I feel like people
sentence
get
Kieran
really
for the
mad at
crime of
me.
not seeing Atlantis.
You know what? Last year I would have been sentenced for the crime of having never seen the Lion King.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I finally saw it with my community last year.
Like the original one, or like
any of them? We saw all three
any
in one
of them?
movie night.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think this is you.
Is it me?
Oh,
I
is
can't
it?
remember now.
It can be you.
Sure. With the combination of the headband and the glasses, Kazuma took on a far too studious look. So although I was pleased to have explored the possibility, this was the drawing that convinced me it wasn't the right approach. Look at that little sparkle.
I do like that that they even showed this and then they were like, yeah, no, this was what no, absolutely not. Because so, like a lot of times when you see concept art for like games or characters and stuff, like, yeah, you'll see like the rejected ones, but then like for the most part, you'll only see the ones that are closest to what the final design was. And it's
or
like,
the more polished rejects, right?
So it's nice to see something like this where it's so rough in the process that you're just like, I see where like what they were trying to go for, and I see why they didn't do it, and I see why the final one works so well.
Yeah.
Because even here, he still has the headband, but it just doesn't look. It's not as effective, in my opinion. Even his crest looks different here. Ooh, what? This sketch was done when Kazuma's design was almost finalized. I was hoping to draw both Ryunosuke and Kazuma side by side, wearing matching hats and cloaks, and also holding hands. That's a picture I'd like to draw one day, especially the holding hands part.
You did it! And you did it!
Aww. I also, by the time this shows up on YouTube, you know, you guys will see it, but I did do a little, and we've seen it in the playthrough already, so it's not like a spoiler, but I did do a thumbnail for the first VOD with me and Kiro. I thought this was really cute. It's us with the boys.
The boys.
Cute, right? See, this was when we were talking about the earth tones and all that. Looking at this CG, I mean, obviously like the sun setting and all that, but like this was what really sold me on the like, oh, Kazunori really uses earth tones. It reminds me of Hidari. I really like this. But yeah. Having him with this cape, though, maybe it's the collar. The collar makes him look like Dracula or even like Joker from P5 almost.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. Especially since it's so rough in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
Since Kazuma plays such an important role in the story, I put a lot of energy into giving him a striking appearance that immediately reveals his dependability and kind-heartedness, as well as his relentless determination.
This expression looks a lot like older Phoenix Wright. Like he just looks older, and then like the face gives me very Phoenix vibes. As in, I think he's really handsome and I want to kiss him. If that was not obvious.
I really hope he makes a memorable impression on everyone who plays the game.
I don't know, guys. Do you think you had a memorable impression on him after playing the game with me, or on your own?
Look in the top left. They were gonna give him sandals
for free. Wait, are those socked sandals, or are the grippers out?
Your imagination, I suppose.
You know, I didn't realize, well, we'll get to him, but I didn't realize that Soseki actually had these. Not at all you hated him? No, I did not hate him! Oh, okay, we're here. Was that, what did you do? Yeah, you did the last one. Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene setting artwork produced during the development of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Here, we have the British prosecutor, Barrack or Barak?
They usually go Baroque.
Baroque.
When they say it in Japanese, yeah.
Baroque Van Zieks. I've said his name wrong the entire time. Whose character was to be themed on the sinister Reaper of the Bailey demigod.
Despite the God of Death theme suggested for the design, I decided to avoid taking that too literally, instead trying to produce a character whose bearing and presence conjured ideas of death and darkness. To that end, I took inspiration from vampires, werewolves, fallen angels, and the like, incorporating lots of dark elements into the man's design and bringing them all together by portraying him as a member of the aristocracy.
I made his clothing extremely ostentatious, drawing in elements from a variety of traditional British ceremonial and military attire. I also added some extra ribcage-like detail around the midriff. His saber is supposed to contrast directly with Yunosuke's Japanese katana, bringing out the difference between East and West, the samurai versus the knight.
The samurai versus the vampire.
God, he looks like, here, it looks like Diluc from Genshin.
As with Kazuma's headband, I knew that realizing Van Ziek's cloak in-game would be technically complex, but I also knew that it lent a lot of credence to his dark persona, so I was quite insistent about it. The end result was that the aristocratic, prosecutor's flamboyance, and Dracula-esque darkness are both instantly and appreciable, and I'm very grateful to the staff for their determination in achieving that goal.
These rough sketches were my attempt at consolidating my ideas about the prosecutor's image. His look needed to be more than just piercing. It needed to portray a sad and tortured soul as well. Oh my goodness! We just keep getting rated! Welcome in, gamers! Hello, hello, hello! Caffey's coming to give you a corset. Oh my god, Katsun! Katsun, thank you so much for bringing your gamers in. It's so nice to have you guys. Welcome in, hiya, hey, if you guys are new here. It's nice to meet you guys. My name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. I'm so sorry you have to hear this a million times, Kiro.
What are your roles again?
If you guys play Fire Emblem Heroes, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard. If you guys play Genshin, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaidehara Yoshinori. I almost said Kazuma. Oh my god. I play Kazuma's great-grandfather.
Kazuma's great-grandfather.
And then if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I play Koichi Mizugi from The Titan's Bride. Please only watch that if you're over the age of 18. Your voice is, I'm crying, it's so good. Yeah, my V sibling is so cool. Wait, no, yes, so you guys are into that stuff, yeah. But yeah, Katsun, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I feel like I haven't seen you here in a while, so I want to give Katsun a shout out. Please give them a follow and check them out because they are super talented. You're playing Detroit Become Human? Oh my god! All right, in case you didn't know this, if you want to ruin your experience with Detroit Become Human, it's not a spoiler, I promise. You know Connor's boyfriend, Hank? Did you know that his actor plays Mr. Krabs? You're welcome.
I love that fact so much.
When I found that out, I was like,
Just the whole time making Mr. Krabs jokes, like the entire game.
You're welcome, guys. Also, Ari and Yusei Nix, thank you guys so much for following and joining the constellations. I implore you guys, if you guys don't already, please also follow Kiro Style, who's joining me today, because he's also a very talented and very awesome VTuber. And also, model's very handsome.
Thank you.
Also, really quickly, I do want to give a big plug because Katsun is my V-sibling, which means that they were designed by my mama Nico. And in relation to that, Katsune does release a lot of cool covers for songs and stuff. They actually released a cover of Goodbye Sengen recently, but the one I really wanted to point out was this cover of Virtual 2 Live from Niji Sanji that we did together. Katsune so graciously invited me and her other sibling Mia onto that project. And you know, they worked really hard in organizing all this. So please, at the very least, check out that cover. It's really good. I will destroy your ears for a little bit. どうしようもなく今を生きてるこの声が届く未来が幸福だと言えるようにただ歌を Virtual to Life. Thank you so much for having me for that cover. That was so much fun. Doing Virtual to Life was a big dream of mine. So guys, please follow Cafe Katsune and please follow Kiro Style TV. Oh yeah, so we're talking about big old sexy kind of sort of racist vampire man. That was actually a point I wanted to talk about his character because Van Zieks is very handsome, but I was kind of really turned off at like the attitude he has towards Ryunosuke, and I get that was kind of like the attitude that the British had against the Japanese at the time. And I do like that the clip that we got from Data's stream was them talking about it as well. Just because like I felt like, you know, for the longest time, like while I was streaming this game, I was just like, is it okay if I bring this up? Like, you know, is it just me that's seeing this, or like, is this a point that we can talk about? And I definitely like, I really hope that we get to like see more like to his character than just what we saw from the first game, just because like only having that sort of like experience of him being like, you know, racist towards Ryunosuke like really left a bad taste in my mouth. And I do want to like this character because I know he's very beloved.
Stay tuned for the next game and find out on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my gosh. I do like how they wrote it though, because obviously they wanted to give him that undertone of disliking Japanese, but the way they wrote it like isn't like, how to say, like outwardly offensive. Like it's not like he's like out there like shooting off slurs and calling them names like every 5 seconds. Like it's just like that patronizing attitude, and he slips in a couple words here and there, so you can feel it, but it's not like something that, I don't know, like the social justice warriors would rise up and try to cancel him for out of the game yet. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's like a subtle, like they need to toe the line. They need to make sure it wasn't like offensive, but still present, which I think is definitely something that they probably kept in mind when they were localizing it too. For sure. I think it's also like, you know, he's an antagonist. You need to have reason to dislike them. But yeah. So probably a lot of people just kind of overlook it as that, but yes. I just want to know more. Like, I want to see more sides to him, and like we saw that with the side stories and stuff. So I really do hope that with the second game that we're able to learn more, and that he's more than just the impression that we got from the first game. Because like, you know, I want to know why he's so beloved, and I'm pretty sure it's more than just, oh, he's hot.
Well, we do know that does take people very far in video game fandom.
I know. I can excuse them for being problematic because they're sexy. Thank you so much for the alert, Katsune. I really appreciate it. Please have a good night's rest. Before you go, please don't remember to take care of yourself and drink some water. Give yourself a nice stretchy. And don't forget to take your medications if you need to do that, because that's very important. Anyone else that needs to go as well. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Oh my god!
Oh. Xander, when did you get here?
I was gonna say, Xander Fire Emblem?
This is a very early illustration. I came up with and rejected a lot of different ideas myself over a long period of time. I submitted only the one that resonated most with me to Mr. Takumi, and was given the go-ahead to proceed. Among the main cast, this character underwent a unique development process. I didn't show anybody my designs for the prosecutor, including the drawings from this stage of the process.
He knew that this one was going to be shipped really easily, so... Wow, wait, does he have gold eyes in his... No, he has blue eyes. Huh. I think I do like the blue eyes, but the yellow eyes definitely, like, it gives off that, like, persona for, like, you know, the shadows, how the antagonists have the yellow eyes, and it's definitely like a yellow. Yeah. He's literally Dio here. Okay, that's so funny. Yeah, because his seiyu is Koyasu. It's Takehito Koyasu. Dio was a lawyer too? I've never seen JoJo, so. I'd like to oh my God. These are 3 completely different designs. Oh, it looks like Nuri was still deciding Russian or British.
He kind of has like a Franziska von Karma hair color here.
Yeah, yeah.
He looks like a Fire Emblem character for sure.
Literally, like this could, yeah, for sure. Engage. I'd like to. It's Sephiroth. No. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'd like to consider lots of options in the early stages, so I produced a wide range of drawings at the start of the process. Even if I thought an idea might not be quite right, I put it to paper so I could hone in on the perfect design. Oh, you know what? The left one kind of looks like, it reminds me almost of Ferris from Final Fantasy V.
Oh, yeah.
I see that some of Ivy's brothers are here. The one on the right, or actually the 2 from the right look very Fire Emblem-y. I feel like 2 would fit into Engage's world more, but 3 would fit into like general Fire Emblem.
Or you know what? He looks like he could be from like Octopath, you know?
Yes! Man, speaking of Octopath, I have not touched it. I think I'll just consume the story through your streams. Ooh. Is this your me?
It's my turn now? I can't remember.
You can go for it.
This is a proposal drawing I made just before settling on the final design. Personally, I was quite fond of this one. He has a more pained expression than in the final version, and the cloak is modeled on a raven's plumage. I've always enjoyed Dark Hero, so I really like all the elements of Van Zeek's design and his overall appearance.
Different character, very handsome. If you guys are into BL, the first thing I thought was he kind of looks like Edmund from New Carnival. If you know who that is, then you know, if you know, you know. But anyways, the Raven plumage. Is there a character recently that's had a cape like that?
He kind of looks like a character from Tales of Arise.
Yeah, he looks like what's Volron. Does Volron have the cape like that?
He does.
Okay, yeah. Oh, what is this now? Miscellany. Okay, are these? Hold on.
I think this is from the first game.
Okay, let me just make sure this is safe.
Yeah. I think if you tab over, it might start doing the second game.
Okay, these are fine. These are fine. I just want to make sure I don't see anything I shouldn't see yet. Okay, so this one we'll save. So we are at Miscellany. Hello, I am Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. This picture includes all of the main characters and was produced in the same vein as the artwork I came up with for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney to make it look instantly obvious that this title is from the same series. Oh yeah, because at least the Japanese Phoenix Wright games had covers like this, right? Where they had the silhouettes and then the bars.
Yeah, I think the English ones do it starting from the second game.
Yes. They look okay from the second game, yeah. Because they lock our no, because we were previewing before the stream.
There's one menu of NPCs from the second game that is
very
definitely
spoilery.
not spoiler locked.
Yeah.
They only lock the ending art.
Yeah.
The after credits art.
Mm-hmm. It is used as a key visual in the early stages of development. God, this profile of Sholmes. Chef's kiss. Ooh.
Ooh. In this section of the gallery, I'd like to present some of the character design drawings for the less major characters that were created during the development process. I hope you enjoy them.
I love you. I'm trying to zoom in on Hosonaga.
I didn't know you liked the Russian sailor that much.
Oh, you know what? His name had me laughing for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Beef Stroganoff. Huh, I don't think... Did we see that concept of Sholmes with that suit? This, like, Goro Akechi-ass suit?
Oh, no, we didn't, actually.
Interesting. Hello, I'm Kazuyanori. Same thing, same thing. Now we move on from the contingent from the Empire of Japan. Yujin Mikotoba. He's Susato's father and a university professor, so I had to make sure his expressions could be seen as kindly and stern. I've established the cherry blossom as the emblem of the Mikotoba family, and Yujin's pink haori overcoat clasp is modeled on a cherry tree in full bloom. The hem of Susato's hakama trousers also carry the family crest. Oh my god, if we had this one, this is like almost as if older Particio.
Oh, you're right. There's quite a bit of fan art of his younger self from these like concept drawings.
Well, yeah, because he's hot. When I first played the first trial, like the very first time, I thought he was gonna be the main villain. Just like
he does seem very sus.
Yeah, but I was surprised that like he ended up being the ally, especially because Susato's his daughter. So, I mean, as far as I know, I'm just gonna be under the assumption that everyone we met in the first game may or may not show up in the second game, but most likely may. So yeah.
He looks like Wasabi says he looks like James Jonah Jameson. Or J. Jonah Jameson.
Oh my god. Yeah, do you have any thoughts about him so far, or?
I feel like it's better discussed at a later point in time.
Okay, yeah, like I figured he'd show up again.
Akatsuchi Ouchi, this character's design crystallized in an instant.
What? I know he's supposed to be like the first lawyer guy. Was his name still Ouchi in Japanese, or did they localize that to make the Ouchi pun?
No, I think his name is Ouchi in Japanese, because even in the Japanese ones, all their names have to do with pain or exclamations of pain.
Okay.
So the English version, they just kind of changed it to also have the similar way. Like in the English one, I think, or in the Japanese one, his ancestor last name also is Ouchi.
Because I know later on we have Ida Nosa, and like that's very much like an English pun. So I was just like, Winston Payne's surname was Ouchi all along in JP. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, it's Payne. I forgot because that was so early on in the first game, so I forgot what his last name was.
Yeah. I verbally suggested the idea of a Chanmage top knot to Mr. Takumi, and he immediately agreed. I made some sketches of Ouchi with round glasses on, since they were the norm in Meiji Japan, but it was just too much of a departure from his descendants' usual look, so I reverted to the normal shape of glasses we're all familiar with.
Oh, the little round ones?
Yeah, it no longer looks like Winston Payne at that point.
Oh my god, this one, if they went with the hair like this, it would have been like a very... I don't know. I'm glad they went with the top knot. The judge of the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan, I decided to take a different direction with this judge as compared with previous judges in the series, to accentuate the military atmosphere of the Japanese courtroom at the time. Since he passes judgment on wrongdoers, I thought I'd take inspiration from the portrayal of the Buddhist god Enma. Then I added the beard and some flames into my design. I made his gavel golden and styled in the traditional Uchide no Kozuchi, magic hammer of Japanese legend. Okay, so yeah, there's elements of like, the Japanese culture and whatnot in this design. His beard is really interesting.
His beard, yeah.
Once again, we were talking about this in like just the overall with the game, but I do like that at least for the first half, like the settings were all different. I was expecting the Japanese court to be the main court for the entire game, so it was really refreshing that we had it for the first one, like thinking that was gonna be it, and then nope, suddenly you're on the ship, and then nope, suddenly you're in Britain.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. When they first released the game, I think the first like trailers and demos just showed the English court. So like a lot of people were surprised to see the Japanese court right off the bat.
So it's like a fake out of the opposite end.
At least, yeah. At least until they released more trailers and stuff and we saw more.
Yeah,
because the big selling point was the jury system. They kept advertising the jury system because that's new for this game.
Yeah, no, well, like I said, I went in completely, like, not completely blind, but like, not knowing the pre-release materials or anything like that, so...
Yeah, which is for the better, I think, too. Hirio Correcta. Since this man is a merchant, I initially decided to base his design on Ebisu, one of the 7 gods of fortune and the traditional Japanese god of prosperity in business. But when I showed my rough sketches to Mr. Takumi, for some reason, the idea of correcta being long and thin came up, so I switched to another one of the gods, Kurokujo, as a more fitting source of inspiration. I want to have him constantly eating sticky mochi rice cakes, which would get him caught in his throat. It seemed a little too dangerous to portray, so with great self-restraint, I stopped myself. LOL.
Not the LOL. Yeah, the witnesses from the first trial, like I feel like a lot of these witnesses have been very iconic, but the first trial I really enjoyed. Again, I think that might be one of my favorite trials from the game. Just the characters were like, you know, you remember them. You definitely remember them. Yesanosa. I was going for a stereotypical military man of the time in order to give players a clear sense of the era. He appears to be a regular, smartly turned out soldier, but on his back, he harbors a great secret. At first, we considered having Iesa fold cranes in secret as a sideline business, hiding his paper creations behind his back. But after fleshing out the details with Mr. Takumi, the idea of Ida Nosa came kicking and screaming into the world. The constantly runny nose is an expression of the poor nutrition children of the time had to suffer. Oh, tragic. And Iesa's mustache was deliberately designed so it'd be easy for young Ido to tug. LOL. And of course, the similarity of the father-son hairstyles is another detail not to be missed. Oh! Oh, he has a little triangle! Iesanosa. I was going for... Okay, cool.
I was just gonna say, I love how the baby in the top right looks like he's just kind of floating in like
face.
nothingness.
Oh, yes!
Satoru Hosonaga. From the role he plays in the scenarios, I could sense this character had potential for further involvement, so I gave him a more believable appearance than other witnesses in the game. His design is built on the idea of a young man with a fragile good looks who wouldn't be out of place in even the most delicate of situations.
He does have fragile good looks.
The reason for the chic motif on the napkin he carries as a waiter at La Carnival was a kind of covert foreshadowing of Giselle's involvement, and because the restaurant was originally going to specialize in serving game.
Oh wait, look! His little towel has a little chickie.
That's so cute.
La Quantas. That's what it says. But yeah, no, he's handsome. I like him. I really wish he was involved more in the first game, so I really hope he's involved more in the second. But maybe
I do like how he mentions Kazunori here that like he knew this character would be reoccurring elsewhere, so he gave him a more realistic appearance.
Yeah,
I think that is definitely a running thing in the Ace Attorney series. Like when they have the witnesses that are one-offs, they're a little bit more wacky proportioned usually because they need to be memorable, right? They need to be bombastic and outgoing or strange. But then all the characters that are recurring are like, you know, more human-shaped, more handsome, more otherwise notable, right?
Like palatable for like the player. It also helps that because like he's supposed to like he has like the disguises and whatnot. Like if he had too wacky of a design, it just would not look right.
Yeah, and I think like it's such a fascinating thing if you look at the art for Layton versus Wright, because I know you haven't played the Professor Layton games, but in the Professor Layton games, pretty much every character except for Professor Layton and his assistant have really wacky proportions. And so when they did Layton versus Wright, I think they did a really excellent job. And if you like get a chance to look at the art book or like some of the interviews, they talk about how they like the marriage between the two different art styles. Like you still have the characters with wacky proportions that are Layton-like or Ace Attorney-like, but then you also have like the human-shaped characters from Ace Attorney, but they don't look out of place next to the weirdly proportioned other people because we're kind of used to seeing them already next to weirdly proportioned people from Ace Attorney to a lesser extent.
I did see, my friend did send me like a picture of like some of the drafts, like they're thinking about like making Layton look more like human-y in the sense of like versus for Ace Attorney, and then like the comment was like, we really missed out on Daddy Layton. But yeah, no, I really just enjoyed this character of Hosonaga. I really hope I see more of him, just because like, you know, he was a fun ally, and also kind of not like, you know, when he was in the first case, he was kind of like as a witness, you know, so kind of antagonistic, but not really antagonistic. And then in the second case, like he was just a fun character. I really enjoyed him.
I love how he says fragile good looks here. It's such a perfect description. Like in the first case where he looks all excited to show you his evidence, like he like smiles and he gives you that fist, and then he starts bleeding from the mouth, and you're like, oh man.
But that only makes him more charming. It's just like the quirk.
I think so too.
Yeah. Oh man, I really enjoyed him. Oh, this woman is coming back. I know, I can see it from a mile away. Was this you or me?
This is you.
Jazai Brett, being the first Western character you encounter as the story starts to unfold in Japan, I decided to make her somewhat bizarre fantasy-style gentlewoman who would leave a strong visual impression. It was a deliberate attempt to heighten expectations or trepidation about the overseas voyage soon to follow. The mask she wears was also styled to pair with the eyes of the swan on her hat. I almost eliminated the chicks from Jazai's design on numerous occasions, but I made it through in the end. Oh yeah, the ones that keep popping out from her hat at the end, right?
They love to use those in like group composition artworks. I think the art book for the first game has a big character collage of all the characters on the front, and there's like little chicks like hidden around the entire image everywhere.
Man, I really want to get the art book for this game then. Apparently Hosonaga is allergic to buckwheat and his family owns a soba noodle shop, and that's why he's constantly coughing? Oh,
it's a funny way to say tuberculosis.
Oh, man. Stop selling him on me. I already love him. Don't make me love him more.
I think if we go to Giselle, just some interesting things that maybe you don't know is like her name, Giselle. In the original Japanese version, it is also Giselle Brett, but they change the spelling a little bit. But the reason why is because Giselle is the name of a type of gun, and it's actually the gun that's used to shoot Professor Watson in one of the Sherlock novels as well.
Oh.
And her last name, Brett, is Bullet, right?
Yeah.
And like depending on the original localizations, like the fan localizations, sometimes they just call him Giselle Bullet, but because Bullet and Barrettes would be
too on the
similarly
nose, though.
pronounced, right?
Yeah.
I was really hoping we'd see her eyes by the end of the case. I was so anticipating it too.
I mean, I gotta wait till 2 because I have a strong feeling she's coming back.
I do like how her mask seems to, and you see it here, like the eyes seem to move.
Oh yeah, huh? Oh, for the facial expressions.
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, wow, I love Noir Persona 5. I think this is you.
Nikolina Pavlova. I designed Nikolina to have an immediately obvious Russian appearance. Her image was based on the idea of a Russian fairy, and I implemented her as a beautiful, reticent young woman of fair complexion. Due to the nature of the story, I was constrained in terms of her clothing, but since there aren't many orthodox female forms in the game, I did try to bring out the telltale lines of a young lady even through the layers of her disguise. Her feline friend is obviously a Russian blue.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed just how different her case was. You know, especially getting like the whole thing with the mistaking her for the spy or the revolutionist.
Oh, yeah,
that was really funny. And yeah, I mean, I don't really have strong feelings about the character, but I really enjoyed how different the gameplay for her case was.
Yeah, for sure.
It says Charlotte, so was the name of the cat Charlotte, or was that just a detail that's here in the
I think she had a name, but it wasn't Charlotte in the localization, at least.
Okay. Or Charlotte. I'm just reading it wrong. But yeah. Oh, hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art designer, blah, blah, blah. We move on to the contingent from the British Empire. Judge of the Old Bailey. I'd made the Japanese judge quite severe in keeping with the feel of the Japanese courtroom. Darka, yes. So I decided to make his English counterpart follow the more kindly appearance of the series' regular judge. Given all the Russian characters had food puns, I wouldn't be surprised if it was shallot. You're right. Beef stroganoff. Wait, is Nikolina Pavlova, is that a food?
No.
Okay. For example, in contrast to the jagged beard of the Japanese judge, This judge's beard is more fluffy in nature. The wig, by the way, isn't just a visual gig. That's actually what the judges of the day wore. Haha, wig. I also researched the sort of clothing British judges would have worn in the period and used that to create a design that's unique to this game. Do British judges not have to wear the color black? I just assumed that every judge wore black. I think, yeah, because the red color is what's really taking me out of like the, Santa, you know?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, so Nicolina, like her first name refers to a type of hogweed.
Yes.
A dangerous and toxic plant. But her last name, Pavlova, could either be Anna Pavlova, the Russian ballet dancer,
yes,
or the dessert which is named after said ballerina.
Oh, okay, got it. Australian dessert named after a Russian dancer, fruit and meringue. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, thank you guys for coming back on that. I'm not in the dark anymore.
And then her disguise, Roylott, is a character from Sherlock Holmes.
Got it, yeah. I also figured there's a lot of allusions to Sherlock, and the characters that we meet are like just allusions to those. Wait, so so can you repeat that? The disguise's name was what?
Grimsby Roylott.
And did they have to like change the name again, or was it still the same?
No, I think they were able to keep it. Probably because I'm guessing he's a minor character.
Okay, yeah, that was what I was gonna ask about.
Jurors. I was given instructions that the jurors didn't need any particular idiosyncrasies, but just in case, I thought I'd design some characters with a variety of unique traits, and it was those designs that were picked. LOL. As a result, there really were little differences between the jurors and the witnesses, which meant I'd given myself a lot of extra work to do, but seeing court battles that include both jurors and witnesses justified all the effort.
Yeah, I mean, they were, they're definitely distinct personalities. The grandma was really funny.
I love how typewriter lady just comes back inexplicably with.
Yeah, I think the ones
her Morse code.
The ones that that stand out to me are the typewriter, the grandma, and the maid.
The typewriter lady is actually, I was reading, her design is actually almost directly identical to a certain character from Leighton versus Wright. Mm-hmm. They liked her so much that they kind of reused her design, like as if to say, oh, maybe they could be related because we really like this character.
Ooh. That's a nice little tidbit. Thank you so much for hanging out, Ever and Trafi. Take care and have a good night. Oh, hell yeah.
There he is.
Souseki Natsume. Mr. Takumi had asked for Souseki to come across as someone with a very nervous disposition and erratic behavior, so I concluded that his facial expressions would have to be a key part of his design. For anyone that actually knows like the history behind Natsume Souseki, was him as a person, like his personality very like neurotic as well, or is that just exaggerated for the game?
I'm pretty sure it's exaggerated, but his dislike of his time in London was true.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I don't know much about actual Natsume Souseki, so do you know like the basic gist that you can give like to summarize?
Well, he was a famous Japanese author who moved over to London to study English, didn't really enjoy his time that much, came back and then published a few famous novels, one of which is called I Am a Cat, which is like a parody where like a cat sees the world through like the cat's eyes and kind of comments on humans.
Oh.
His other one is called Kokoro, which is why his case is called
Clouded Kokoro.
Yeah, Clouded Kokoro, and they don't translate the word Kokoro because that's actually part of the title.
Yeah, got it. I approached the design from that angle, playing around with various different facial expressions. Very, very, very various facial expressions. Even though he's based on a real person, the Souseki of this game has a unique appearance with some heavily exaggerated features. And then you said that his estate was fine with allowing the character to be like done and like, especially even in localization, keeping his name and all that?
Yeah, apparently they were just like, yeah, do whatever you want with it.
I see.
Very Chad.
This emotion expressed by his eyes is a particularly important part of his design. I hadn't specifically been asked to include the cat, but I sketched a tricolor calico at Souseki's feet and was delighted when Wagahai was picked up and used in the game. Alright, here you go, for free. No, but I think that it really does add to that, like, he's like a Japanese man in the West, because even though he's wearing
like
the
the
suit,
East meets West kind of thing again.
Yeah, he still has like the cute. I like him a lot. I think maybe because like we were defending him and he was like such a like, you know, puppy baby girl on the trial, and like you just want to protect him. That I'm like, oh, Mr. Soseki.
Yeah, and like again, because you're coming off the heels of Magilda's trial.
Oh,
so you're like, you know, so you're kind of, you need this kind of character to defend, right?
Man, the third trial was definitely not my favorite, but it did leave such a good sour taste in your mouth that when you go to Soseki's trial, like it just feels so much more better.
Yeah, you almost go through the same type of like roller coaster that Ryunosuke does, right?
Yeah, for sure. Wagahai is a pun on the title of I'm a Cat. Wagahai wa neko. Oh, yeah. Okay, got it. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed him. I really hope I see him again. But I'm pretty sure we do, because I was looking ahead at the names of the trials and there was another one with Kokoro in it. So I'm looking forward to that. Not looking forward to Natsume being accused of another crime, but you know. I think this is you.
John and Joan Garrideb, I really had to work hard on this pair since they're so intimately tied up with the story. The guiding principle for their design was a sun and moon silhouette, along with the idea of a pufferfish for Joan.
Oh, I got the moon from him. I didn't get sun from her. Interesting.
Compared to the newlyweds of Constable and Mrs. Beats with their passionate love for each other, the Garridebs are an older couple, and I want to show a different form of love in their relationship.
I see. Oh, there's the little burn from... That's cute. It's the maid headband. Oh, they're the sun rays.
Yeah.
That was good. Nice catch. What I really appreciate about these drafts is that Nuri dated them so that you can actually see where in the process like
you're
these
right.
were all made. So like these were
cool.
made in 2013, but some were in 2014, like obviously the jurors. There was someone, I was very surprised that they were done in 2014. Where were they? But yeah, it was just really interesting. It's nice to know like where they were in the process for these.
Yeah. Kieran, you've played Final Fantasy XIV, right?
Of course.
Shadowbringers?
Of course.
My friends kept telling me how these two reminded them of the Chais.
Oh, I love Julia! Yeah, I can see it. That's really funny.
They have the same type of energy.
They do. They really do. Oh, man. Now I want to replay Shadowbringers. I started a completely off topic, but I was doing a playthrough on stream so that I could remember all the plot that I forgot. And I finished A Realm Reborn, but I never picked it up afterwards because that was when I kind of like just took a break when Endwalker released because I couldn't get into the game and whatnot, and I wanted to wait until I could. And then like it just took so long that like it's been a while since Shadowbringers now, and I really just want to replay Shadowbringers. Anyways, Broly and Pat beat. There are a lot of pairs of witnesses who appear together. In this game, I had a firm idea of how I wanted these two to interact from the outset, so I actually worked backwards from it. I designed them as a single unit, two people moving and acting as one. The scarf that goes around both their necks is a good example. Oh! I didn't know that! They were modeled on the idea of dolls, wooden marionettes or porcelain dolls, and are supposed to have a fantasy world image despite being virtually penniless to bring out their genuines and their sweet personalities. These were funny.
Yeah, I love their interactions. The animations really bring them out.
Yeah!
You can see, it's hard to tell at first that their scarf's the same. You can only see it when they like zoom out and you see their backs, or when Pat like picks it up and like yanks on it.
Yeah.
You can see. It's so cute.
I enjoyed them. I also just thought it was like so sweet that like poor Rolly was just trying to like, you know, do everything to like celebrate his anniversary with Pat, and it just went absolutely wrong. But you know, Ace Attorney, something tragic has to happen in order for a plot to continue.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting that
they... Gregson.
Yeah.
I designed Gregson as a stereotypical Scotland Yard detective of the day, his collar turned up and the obligatory pack of fish and chips in his hand. As he's always stuffing them in his pockets, I imagine his hands and the lining of his pockets are constantly covered in chip fat. LOL. Whenever I see him eating, my stomach starts to rumble. Gina Lestrade. Gina was the character who underwent the most changes as a result of story rewrites. Originally, she wasn't going to be a pickpocket at all. Consequently, I had to redesign her in the latter stages of the production process. Her outfit helps to portray her complete lack of money, and Mr. Takumi requested I make her clothes not quite fit properly as well.
That's a good detail then.
Yeah. That's the reason why her shirt is too large for her, for example. From my perspective, I want to allow her feminine spark to shine through from beneath her boyish appearance.
Interesting. I hope they do another page on her new design because it looks really cute from the one piece of merch that I have that I can see.
I'm surprised these two don't have more sketches here and they share a page on the gallery.
I was gonna say, because Gina, I'm assuming, becomes a more important character, and Gregson, especially in that last trial for the first game, I want to see why they went with this process, especially just because Dick Gumshoe was so hot and Gregson is so not. But yeah, I was really surprised to see that Gregson was, an antagonist or some sort of, essentially antagonistic force for the last trial. And I, especially since we left off on that cryptic note, I just want to know what's going on. But anyways, I agree Gregson isn't hot, but it's a great character. It is a really good character design for that it's because Gumshoe is like the bumbling detective, but it's oh, cute man, bumbling detective. And then this is more like, oh, this poor sad guy just lost this all the
poor grumpy old man.
Yeah. He does it does allow him to be more expressive, for sure.
It's another character that really is done such a good deal by his animations that really bring him out.
And I think having that sort of just because it's definitely older man, but it's almost cartoony in a sense as well.
His lack of a chin.
Yeah. He's sweet with kids. More like he's whipped because one child has his whole career in the palm of her hand. Take care, Ginger. Good night. All right. Ooh. Male Strongheart. I was aiming for a character who had an immediately palpable presence and whose bearing was overwhelmingly intimidating. My initial designs were quite militaristic, but Mr. Takumi asked for Strongheart to have an intellectual image instead, which gave rise to his current look, more reminiscent of a clergyman. Clergyman? That's not what I was getting, but okay. His name, Vortex in Japanese, Maelstrom, gave inspiration for the styling of his hair. There's also elements of unicorns woven... What? Unicorns woven subtly into his design, since the unicorn features in the British Royal Coat of Arms. Is it his cane? Is it supposed to be his cane?
His cane is revealed later to have more of a unicorn head on it. Okay. But he does have two canes that he switches between the first and the second game.
Got it. Okay. For example, in profile, the front strand of Strongheart's hair looks like a unicorn's horn. Oh. I also drew from elements of other creatures like the Black Panther to portray not only his intellectual prowess, but also his ferocity. For his clothing, I tried to bring in features found in prosecutors' outfits. Yeah, another case of there's obviously more to discover in the second game. And once again, it just shows that this Great Ace Attorney in particular is just really effective as a 2-game series, because I feel like ending it off where it ended off for the first game, especially with how long the first game already was, it's fine to cut it off there and then have 2 continue on. It's like how I feel about Digital Devil Saga. I think it's fine having the 2, and the 2, you really shouldn't jump into 2 without playing 1.
Right. Eggert Benedict. This character was designed to have the appearance of a quintessential English gentleman.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you were here for it, but when I was playing through this playthrough, I just immediately came to the conclusion that he was a Kieran. So I read him as a male Kieran, and we decided...
Oh yes, I heard you doing that.
We decided to call him, what is it called? A Bradley, from the Goofy movie.
Oh. I had a strong sense I wanted to go in this direction with this character, so I put a lot of effort into his design, and was very relieved when it was approved. His clothing is detailed with elements related to bricks and brick buildings. And of course he has numerous unusual flourishes and affections to surprise players, so if any of you haven't seen them yet, do look out for them in the game. Well, I'd like to give more details about other characters as well, but I think we'll have to call it a day. I've really enjoyed this brief opportunity to discuss the game's development with you. Thank you for taking the time to read my explanations, and I hope our paths cross again soon.
I was not expecting the direction they went with the character. It was really fun. It kept me on my toes. That's what I really like, is the game really baits you into thinking you know what's going to happen, and then they're like, actually, no.
It's interesting to note that during the credits of the game, he actually appears, and it marks one of the very few times that a culprit in an Ace Attorney game also appears in the credits, because usually they don't.
Oh man, this game. Dude, we're just, every time we point out something that like to note, it's like, yep, this game is great.
It's so good.
Brothers, boyfriends of ambitious dreams. Since there were already commemorative group pictures at the end of each game, I sought to avoid the same themes and motifs in these pictures. I also didn't want to take away from the good vibes after finishing each title, so I gave it a lot of thought. In the end, I settled on using just Ryunosuke and Kazuma, as the two of them are the embodiment of the great Ace Attorney. This illustration tells of the hope and ambition in their hearts, just before they set sail for Great Britain. Standing shoulder to shoulder, they're turned towards the same future at the start of their journey. Looking at this after experiencing the events of adventures, it's like going back in time, and it's sure to stir up all sorts of emotions. You are so freaking right! I drew a similar picture once for the Adventures art books, but as this piece was going to be used in a game, I made it more like a snapshot of something that might have happened in the story itself. I got really emotional seeing this at the end of the game.
Yeah, like I think he drew this one specifically for Chronicles.
Oh, really? This wasn't in the original release?
I don't believe so.
I really like it. Like, you know, anytime, I think because and I appreciate that they do this. They're very sparing about how often they sprinkle Kazuma in, and like how Ryunosuke just thinks about him and recollects him. And so whenever they do, the very few times they do, like it hits more and is really effective. And just seeing,
right.
Yeah.
Especially since they have like the sad version of Kazuma's theme.
Yeah.
And they play it at like the perfect time to make you feel very emotional.
Yeah, no, so like seeing this, it was like cathartic. Great artwork. I feel like for some reason, I see more of Ryunosuke's forehead than I normally do. But it's cute. Okay, and then this is okay, got it. Okay, so we'll skip this section to the last section. We have these last two. Oh, before we do, I guess we'll do a care package then. Vivi, thank you so much for the care package. Let's all go ahead and stand up. We're gonna go ahead and twist our bodies to the left.
The left.
Twist to the right.
The right.
We're gonna stretch our arms straight up to the sky.
The sky.
We're gonna go roll out that right shoulder.
Right.
Roll out that left shoulder.
Left.
Very slowly, very gently, roll out your neck.
Your neck.
Take a deep breath in.
In.
And a deep breath out.
Out.
Go ahead and drink your water. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, you got this one.
The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles key visual. I aim to distill the essences of both adventures and resolve and blend them into a single piece that shows both the world and the story of the Great Ace Attorney with this. Additionally, now that both halves of the tale have been told, and with the passage of time, I was also able to draw characters as I truly see them in this moment. As with my other key visuals, I put my heart into capturing a lot of different things in one composite picture, a single illustration that evokes the game's world and story whilst bringing out the charm of each character. Because were I to draw each element separately, I should think I'd need something akin to a long picture scroll just to link them all together, and really at the end of the day, I simply want to draw a beautiful picture. I sincerely hope that these key visuals can serve as your motivation to keep on playing, and even as a key to unlocking some fond memories of the game once you're through. Nothing would please me more than if my art could inspire you to lose yourself in the idyllic world of the Great Ace Attorney.
It's really good. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Don't look too hard, there's stuff from the second game here.
Yeah, I figured there's like a character I don't know, so... yeah. I guess we can talk about that later than when I finish the second game. But Soseki, so cute. Oh! In closing, I'm personally fascinated with designs and illustrations where I can catch little glimpses of the thinking behind its form and details. So it's been an absolute joy for me to share even a sliver of my thought process here with you. Thank you so much for reading to the very end. Art director and character designer, Kazuya Nuri.
Thank you, Kazuya Nuri, please.
Thank you for putting a ring on it.
I can't believe that was like the first thing that you noticed.
I mean, he has a ring on it. He's winking. He's holding Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke has a little bit of a blush. Like, I'm just saying.
Well, there's our thumbnail, I guess.
Oh my! I gotta find a way to elongate this and insert ourselves in this as well. But yeah, I think I'm first of all, I'm really sorry because I know I said this was gonna be a short stream and I took so much of your time on your day off.
No, it's okay. I had fun. I really did. I love talking about this game.
Thank you. Honestly, like I said, it felt like we were doing like a podcast or something. It was really fun.
Yeah, it was.
But yeah, thank you so much for joining me for wrapping up Great Ace Attorney 1, Kiro. You know, I'd love to have you back once I finish Ace Attorney 2 if you have the time for it.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you enjoy the second game, and I look forward to discussing it with you.
Hell yeah. At the end of every stream, I'm going to be like, Kiro, you're going to bed, but I got to talk about it. No, but it's been really great. It's the ring for the guard on his hand. Oh, no, it's his wedding ring. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I think this pretty much is a good way to wrap up, you know, everything that we wanted to discuss for the first game. You know, it really is just the tip of the iceberg, but also, can I see how long I put into this? How long my playtime was? I can't.
No.
I guess I just got to see on the playlist on YouTube, but it was a long journey, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I just really enjoyed this game. This game is extremely special. And if I'm gonna be really honest, I did enjoy Phoenix Wright 1, and I enjoyed playing it to the very end, but I feel like my experience with this one, it was just like, it was more special and incredibly like a valuable. I know I'm gonna enjoy all the Phoenix Wright games, but I think this one's gonna last in my heart more.
Yeah, well, buckle up, Kieran.
Even the music for 2 is different. I'm so like, I don't know. I'm excited. But thank you guys so much for joining me and Kiro on this. If you guys enjoyed today, please make sure to follow Kiro and also me if you feel like it. I will be playing the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve starting on Sunday. This duology is a masterpiece. It's one of my favorites for sure. Can't wait for you to watch play Resolve. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone that's been joining from all the raids. I really appreciate all your kindness. Please make sure to spread that to other people as well, but especially Kiro because he devoted so much time for me this week. And it's gonna be a good time. And I will, like, you know, I don't mind becoming a quote-unquote Ace Attorney streamer. I for sure am gonna have at least one Ace Attorney stream a week. Because this, you know, I really enjoyed what I had, and I want this game to be, you know, a special part of the content that I do. But until then, thank you guys so much for coming out. Kira, once again, is there anyone that you see that you want to raid and send the community to?
Oh,
Do you have any
in particular.
All right, cool. Then I guess we'll go ahead and I'll send us to Clover, who is also currently playing through Great Ace Attorney Adventures. She's played the game already, but her stream is still, I think, on the second case. So, you know, if you do watch those streams, be careful about what you talk about with her chat. But she's currently playing Cult of the Lamb. So if you guys can, please join me in sending a hey to her. If you have access to the emotes, please drop an emote as well and send some love her way. Tomorrow I have a very special surprise stream. I can't talk about it just yet, but I will talk about it more tomorrow morning. So keep tuned for that. But until then, thank you guys so much for coming out. Please make sure you take care of yourselves, drink your water, do your stretchy, and of course, take your medications if you need to do that, because that is very important. Take care, you two. Thanks for the stream. Hope you had fun. I had a ton of fun. I hope the feeling is the same with Kiro.
Oh, totally. I have so much fun.
Yay, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope we can do more like this, even if it is an Ace Attorney.
Yeah, I'd love to. It's always a pleasure being here with you, Kieran.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. Until then, please send the love to Clover. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the surprise stream. And until then, have a good night.
Night, night.
Sorry, oh my God. Say that again.
Night, night.
Otsu, Kieran. Bye-bye, guys. See you soon.